Okay, so this is something that I've never done on stream before, and I've never done not privately before. People are welcome to give ideas, suggestions. Something that I spend way too much time on is the naming of things. Because I can't just, well, I can. Sometimes I'll name something by, like, making up sounds, like Charbon, sure. What are the Charbon? Maybe they're a nomadic race of orcs. Sure. The other thing that I'll do is that I need it to make sense. So I will look up words in other languages and change those words from other languages or have them like mean something. So let me just make sure that you guys can see everything here. Cool, and we'll go with that. That's not really a spoiler, right? No. Because some of these I'm not super settled on. A lot of it is relatively generic stuff. Oh, I gotta change the stream title. Homebrew world building? Or just world building? Maybe just world building. Sure. We'll go with that. Maybe we'll see some people wander in. Sure. Oops. Cold brew world build. All right. Neat. Okay. So, so yeah, I'll often take them from actual words, like the gnomish names that I have, the Chalkorgoi and the Huloi. Chalkorgoi is, if I remember, Greek for tinker, or like it's the word is, hold on, the word is close. Greek word for tinker. Okay, well, it turns out it's all in Greek, and I don't read Greek, so that's less helpful. Oh, that's just the word tinker. Damn it. Translate. Google Translate? Fucking help me out here. Okay, this is not... What? Oh. Nope, not that one. That was another one that I had considered, though. Well, anyway. That's essentially what it is. Alright. Yeah, it's fine. Really, Jody? We can only hope. English alphabet? Hold on, for what, Sildaville? I think I'll start calling it what you said from on. The Chalkorgoi versus the Huloi. It's a liquid U. That's why it has the little symbol there. And then all of the dwarven names are Proto-Germanic. Oh, for the Greek word? Yeah, the Greek, that was all like Greek alphabet. And I don't read the Greek alphabet. So I don't know how to say those things. Let's see. I think Hulnis. I think Hul. Hold on. It's actually right here. Hill. Yeah, it's literally the word, the Proto-Germanic word for hill. Or those are German instead of Scottish? No, they'll still be Scottish. Or like thereabouts. Which is, I always thought was weird. I feel like some people go Google English alphabet maybe. Oh, yeah. But, Skelthus, that is shield. And the Hammerdas, that I think that's hammer. Or like Hamurai or something is hammer. And then I added a DAZ to make it dwarven sounding. The elves, I had the idea that Leilari would be essentially the elvish word for people. So there's the Shelalari, the Jivlalari, the Koralari, and the Azalalari. Hammerdas. Love that all letters are basically the alphabet. Yeah, right? And then I just started making up things for the human ones, and I know that I want the three top, like these three, to be represented in the city that they're going to. I feel like that's loud. I'm turn it down some. Maybe it's just loud in my ears, actually. Oh, I thought I turned it off. I was like, what the hell? The song ended. And all of this is like super generic D&D things where I'm basically just skinning something. At least these are NPCs. No, these are just the like larger names for the people. Yeah. And then I also had the idea of having two sort of different groups of goblins as well. And that's coming mostly from an NPC that I definitely want to have, and then also a character backstory where there's some goblins that like raided his town, and I was like, okay, well now I gotta have goblins that are like barbaric raiders. Somewhere I also have just names of things that I haven't used yet. Here we go. Yeah. Well. Just names for things where I was just like typing things out, and I was like, I don't think this is going to work for what I've got, but that's just a name that I'm going to hold on to. Nope. Hold on. Okay. I did something similar for the 9 Races of Elves in the book I'm reading. Yeah, it's... Well, I just like to develop backstories and have things make sense. So, I mean, Jody, you were talking about having... be like, yeah, okay, so this group of elves are basically French. Where they have, like, a lot of the similar things. And that's a very easy way to do it. But I don't want it to be easy. I'd rather have sort of like smash two things together and sort of see what I can come out of it with. Oh my gosh, I want to go here again for just a second. Is there anything? There's all kinds of stuff. This is the stuff that I want to work on. I want to work on mythos stuff. Okay, that's fine. We can talk about it. All right, so quote 156. Yeah. So, something that I have to name yet. Well, hold on. I got an idea. Let's do this. And then let's go. Put that in there. Put this in here. And here we go. All right, great. So I had the idea of, and I was talking about this before, having essentially like almost the fabric of the celestial world essentially break, and we'll get into that story more as we get there, and sort of shatter and splinter off, and have it may sort of congeal and then harden basically and be in the world as like a sort of deep red crystal. And I want names for it. Probably more than one name. Like the elves could have a name for it, humans could have a name for it, etc. Depending on what they believe in terms of the world. And I don't know what I want it to be called. I've sort of smashed a bunch of ideas before, so let's just write down words. I just thought of, what about Orachalchem? Where I can then take some part of it and create the word that I want. That's the problem with working on this, is that most of it's going to be like fun one called, is this a real thing? What I'm looking for right now is like real stone that I can then sort of change. That is real stone. I've never heard of this. Look at this. This is what Bramble found. Eudialite. That sounds like something that you would drink after having a hangover. It's a minor ore of zirconium. Orichalcum is the real metal rumored to be from Atlantis. To my understanding, it's mostly thought to be a copper alloy. But yeah, I mean, that was just a thing that I had thought of suddenly. I think that we could have some in there. Like a V-style engine. A little bit, yeah. If you squint, looks like an internal combustion engine. Yeah, okay, so this is Eudialite. Red tourmaline, that's another one. I'm tourmaline, yeah, just tourmalines I'm good with. Tourmaline. What are some other Maybelline? Stop it. Like it's almost like the idea it's like a celestial sort of boy, what did I call it before? Goodness. Does the name does not need to be in English, and if anything, Silverville, it might be better if it's not. Just want to have something snappy, pithy, if at all possible. Erythrosite, okay. Get behind that. That's just a good word. That's a blood cell. What software? This is called Milanote. I think I've got like a referral code. Probably. And if you use my code, you'll get stuff, but I don't remember how to do it. Where's Cornish from? Cornwall. Portuguese sounds so normal to me that it might be hard to find something that would sound weird to you. It doesn't need to sound weird, Silverville. The idea is like we have things in English, so like anything that ends in IUM sounds like a mineral, right? So it's stuff like that. There's got to be a way for me to like easily. Nope, no more. Anyway, it's Milanote. Oh my god. There you go. If you're looking at what software I'm using, well, and then the software itself is really cool in that, like, if I was like, oh yes, I want to have an arrow here, and then this can be, and I can have this have a label, and that label is stuff, and then when I move this around, that'll follow it, and it's good. I like it a lot. It helps me. I think I have that or a version of it written down somewhere, but yeah, sanguine. I had in there, and that like blood, sanguinium. Yeah. I don't know. I just want it to be super snappy. Hey, Saren, 50 months. You have subscribed again. Wunderbar. Good grief, brother. That's a lot of months.
Blue heart.
That's a lot of months, man. Pyrope? What's a pyrope? Pyrope. Voer is apparently Dutch for fire. Okay, I don't mind that. Voer. Voer. Draw. Oh. Anything lower than the line is just me making up stuff. Voerdium. Voerden. Mm-hmm. Am I allowed to be here? Yeah, John, I've hid anything that could be a spoiler in any way. I spent a fair amount of time being like, all right, let's make sure. This is a stream of DK just mumbling? A little bit. A little bit. Yeah. It's pretending like I'm casting spells. You're not wrong. It could be that, ooh, okay. It could be that the name of this thing is also maybe derived from or is even the name of the whole world at large too. Not at this point, John. What we need is so because of TwitchCon, I've been lax on it, but come like Monday or Tuesday, I want to hit people up and be like, okay, we got to work on the character stuff. Yeah. Hold on, I need to blow my nose. Let me know when you want to. Yeah. Actually, there would be some more specificity that I could get from some people would be good. John got his homework done before noon the following day. It literally took me more time to write out the questions than it did for John to fill it out, which is excellent. But yeah, hold on. I needed a good boy. No, I was. I did not expect it to be. Homework should be done 1 hour before the due time. I also didn't get anybody like a specific time. I like the VUR, the VUR. Ver. What was it? Was it blood? For foe is fire. Is fire. Vuur is Dutch for fire. No date, not gonna get done. Yep. Yeah, no, I know, Aurora. Like I said, I've been other people. Some people have had a lot of time that they had to spend on other things. What about Archote? It's a place where you make fire. Like a torch? Or like a hearth? Like a hearth? Gotcha. Interesting. Archote. I don't know if I want to go with fire necessarily. I just like how the VUR sends. And I don't want it to be W. I think just VU. Just VU is fine. I just want it to sound snappy. Death in Dutch is dude. It's probably dode. Probably dode. Which is close to dead. Dode. But it does look like dude. I'm going to take some of these. Actually, I'll retype it. Rubricor. Which is just Ichor with rubric. So it's red Ichor. To be torch per Google. All right, there you go. Let me go. Barrel, the YL, or even RYL. Vurl? I'm kind of medium on it, but I don't mind it. We're gonna embiggen it and put it over here. breath of fire. What about life, celestial, even like heaven, which doesn't apply really, but like could work. Vuradem? Vuradem. What about Voordil? Voordil? No. I searched synonyms for fire in Portuguese, and I'm just scrolling. That's what most of my time has been spent while trying to name things. Where I'm just like, let's look up a bunch of words in Greek, in Proto-Germanic, in what are some other languages that I've looked up stuff in? Want to see? Okay, so I also think that I'm clever sometimes too. So like you have the number one thing you get whenever you talk about elves is Sylvan, right? And what I did for my essentially wood elves is to change that S into a ZH. So it's zh. But it's the same thing. It just looks way different. Vuradem. Yeah, that's another thing, CJ, is I want there to be different names for all of it. Latibulo. I will. Well, Hestia is the god of the hearth. Psalm is Korean for life. Lachibulu, listen, you can't send me this and have me not butcher it, okay? If Lachibulu. Buradem I like so far. Vuradem. The VUR I'm kind of sold on. So it's grabbed me in a way that a lot of this other stuff hasn't. What about words for crystal or stone or rock or mineral or gem or sliver? Can you go with the Roman mythology names since they're a little bit less known? Nope. It's gonna be. That would be borrowing too much for me. I've also had D&D games where we're just like, let's just go with the Roman gods. We've got the Roman or the Greek gods, whatever, you know, which I find can be very helpful in that a lot of people have an understanding already. I'm not trying to teach people a thing that I made up, right? And they're able to sort of work within a knowledge base that a lot of them already had. People know who Poseidon is. People don't know who Hieronymus is. You know? Fraga means rock? Fraga means rock, so Fraggle Rock is just rock? Alhambra? Down in rock. Kanak is rock in Turkish. Vernak? Actually, I just like this as a name. You go over here. Yeah, no, Aurora. That's how I gotten some of the ones that I had. That's how I got memory. Come on, memory. The Chalhargoy, the Chukurgoy, fuck me, damn it, Derek. This one, Chalkorgoy, those. Yep. Also, the questions that I have. Another thing about this is going to read, but here, yeah, Jonathan, look at this. You just going through it, had the whole thing. Remarkable. Anyway. Going here because I want to make sure. Nope. Yep. I'm glad I did that. Okay, great. And he gets the good cookie ribbon. Yeah, fucking crushed it. Verdam. Now I'm reminded in that scene of Rings of Power where they're like, Mithras. And he's like, no, it'd be Mithril. Oh, what, Jody? All right, fair enough. You said barrel, which is a type of material. It's like aluminum silicate, something like that. Stop it. I'm not asking you to look up aluminum silicate. I'm just raising my hand. Egni, no kidding, is energy in Welsh. Isn't that the race of like super mechanically inclined people in FTL? Isn't it? I said barrel. Although I've been on like a token kick, so I might have said like barrel or something, but it's barrel. Beryl. That's not how it's pronounced? You are wrong. That is how it is pronounced. If you have other pronunciations, sure, maybe, but this is barrel. Not like barrel, but like barrel. How would you pronounce it? What do I want to do? That's put the devs. Yeah, no, like over and over again. That's definitely a thing that people do all the time. But I think it's the Egni, or is the maybe it's the Engi? Maybe it's ENGI? Maybe they switched the G and the N? Maybe that's what it is? Oh. Is there other pronunciations of barrel? Barrel pronunciation. Maybe they're both right. This says just barrel.
Barrel.
Yep. There could be other pronunciations, CJ. I'm very curious about how you would pronounce it. Fraga Brasa would be fire rock. Organic is called barrel. Oh, interesting. Icelandic, you're gonna have some cool sounding words. What I want, I don't want it to be, relatively pithy, like short, compact Ish. It's an old name, wouldn't be a first name. Oh, yeah. Verdem. Verdium. Burden. Burden. What if we did... Oh, we got it right here. Tourmaline, I'm going to go to Maybelline too. I'm just going to delete it. I'm going to go to Maybelline. Also, if I don't go to Maybelline, I know my fucking players will. Assholes. So, welcome. I'm still on this VUR kick. Vercalcum. Virtual chum. Nah. Pyro, like what I want to avoid is very common prefixes. Ralphin? Ralphlin, maybe? Should I be prating? But yeah, I don't know. So Finch, I'm working on the D&D homebrew world, and because it's fun, and I've been convinced to do it on stream, and so for anybody that's hanging out and just curious as to what the fuck we're doing, it definitely sounds like a once a day nasal spray. You're not wrong, but also lots of like token elven names sound like either antidepressants or elves. So the idea is that a material in the world, and I'm not going to get too specific into the lore that I have made up so far because it's not set in stone yet, which is kind of a pun. But like essentially sort of a celestial amniotic fluid almost breaks, condenses, crystallizes, and you can then find this in the world. And it might even be sort of what the name of the whole world, the world at large, is sort of named. I'm trying to figure out the name for it. Pokemon or medication. Yep, there you go. Red plants caladium? What is this plant? Oh. Oh, I know those. I know these. That's cat. Caladium? Azalea is kind of too known. Also, the AZA I've actually used for something else. That's the Azalalari, which are the sort of desert-dwelling elves, which are going to be palladium. From Iron Man? No, palladium's a thing. Let's see. This isn't the disinfectant thingy. Nope. What about Paul as a suffix instead of a prefix? So if we did like sticking with our ver, bring that here. If we did like Verpal, that's close to Vorpal, which I don't want. So happy the convention season is over. There you go. Cachucho. Although it's Portuguese, so it might be Cajujo. I don't know. I don't understand how your CHs work. I know that it's different. Or this SH sounds? Cachucho? Cachucho? The CH is an SH. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Cachucho. That reminds me of Popo Shisho. Europol? Europel. Pole. It's really close to Europe, yeah. I don't mind the RYL. The Vurul? I can't tell if this is cool or if it looks like I'm trying too hard. Does it look like I'm trying too hard? I feel like it looks like I'm trying too hard. Vurl? Vuril? Vuril? I don't want it to be pronounced Vurl. Because I feel like that's how a lot of people would... Vuril. In Vurden. Maybe this is the material, this is the name of the place? You're like, why is in the middle of words instead of the end? Yeah. So do I. I can barely read it, so I don't know. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm going to keep it at that, actually, to be honest. Sorry. There's another convention in town this week, and this time it was the last All-American Catfish Convention put on by one of the local fish clubs. I searched synonym for red in Russian. It was something that came up. Oh, that's funny. Sort of a liquid that is red. So it doesn't need to be liquid. The idea is that it sort of condenses into a crystal. It's like gallium then? Isn't gallium a plant? Mako? Like the shark? It's a metal? Gallium. Oh, two L's. Two. Yeah. Or if it's, I mean, sort of the reverse of that. But yeah, no, gallium. Yeah, did you ever play with gallium, actually? What's that one thing when you put your hand slowly through it, it can hold it, but if you punch it, it's hard like a solid? That's a non-Newtonian fluid. And there's a bunch of different versions of it. You played with mercury once? You know that's bad, right? I imagine that you did it safely. That's heavier than I expected. I mean, it's metal. You did it safely? Okay, great. Natrium. What about words for ice? Makwa, Maninga. Or crystal, or Jello means ice. Ice. Gelato. Gelato is Arabic for ice. Is that Jalid? Jalid? Verdem. No. What about Verdine? This is close to verdant to me. Oh, what about making a metal crystal out of a liquid alloy by adding some form of voltage like lightning? What about making a metallic crystal out of a liquid alloy by... is that a thing, scientist? You just came in. We're we're naming a D&D thing. Dyke is Scottish thing. Of course, it's a thing. Not necessarily. What's this? Growing metallic crystals in liquid metal. Oh, they use gallium. That's fucking cool. What if I use Pig Latin? No. Rhyme. Algido means cold. I don't necessarily need to have it be cold. This is why it's taking me so long, because I spend so much time on just naming things. Because I like names. They're important. Okay, so let's drop the VUR for a moment. I like these two as a pair. What about MacGuffin? Your physicist friend told you about that process? That's fucking cool, honestly. I want to have a physicist friend. I suck at physics. I'm thinking about a McMuffin. That's different. That's not the same. And it's named Bob. Did you hear about that huge Bob vein? I don't scour Pink Floyd, but if I find them definitely still on the ground, rolling around, I'll give them a stab. I'll give them it's a quick little stab tap. Da, 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 da. Trimans, they're better than diamonds. There's three. Games like this, man, you're sick about that. Damn it. Verthel. That's like now we're approaching mithril. Yeah. Thought about having a TH in there. Magistone. I mean, that would be a name that would work, Bill, but I want it to be... That's like almost too generic, and that I'm already... To work with things that people have already chosen, I am... when you look at senior discussion, to work with things that have already been like chosen, I am... What in the world? All right. Okay. Fair enough. I then had to sort of overlay my stuff on top of it, which was a fine limitation. Because for D&D, you have high elves and wood elves and hill dwarves and mountain dwarves, and there's like a lot of sort of genericness to it, and then you can change those things depending on the actual campaign setting. So if it's in Dragonlance or if it's in Forgotten Realms or whatever, then you'll have different names for the same kind of stuff, basically. Like the Sylvanesti are basically wood elves. They're just wood elves. The Sylvanesti and Kryn, Dragonlance. It was under the word inevitable. The frog is inevitable. Okay. Middle elves, those elves know how to party. I also mixed it up a little bit, and I had the idea. So, like, there's also a bunch of generic stuff. So I had the idea for my high elves to be also known as like spire elves, where they tend to build up in like spires and really have very tall spire-like buildings, and having that be one of their names, because typically the high elves are considered high elves in that like they're more of a proper elf kind of, almost like they're like a royal elf kind of in ways, which I've always thought was gross. But these ones I have high elves, and they're high elves because they live high. Yeah, like almost like more noble, snobby. Yeah. And I thought that was boring. So now these high elves are just build really tall buildings. But they still have some of the same traits. But I thought that was interesting. An interesting way to approach it. And then I also have the what I'm calling the gray elves, which are like a nomadic version of an elf. Which I have to build stats for because that's not a generic thing. That is stalagmite elves. Then the high elves. That's some Munchkin shit there. Where the high elves are just like stoner elves. Let's see. Okay, I think that I'm. Whoop, I think that. Okay, excuse you. I keep on clicking exactly in the middle. I'm kind of sold on these. Kind of sold on these a little bit. I don't know which one. Viral is probably the material, and Verdun is the thing. And then I'll probably have other names there after. What did they say? VURYL as the material itself. VURDIN perhaps as the location itself. I'm going to switch right quick to the peoples of the world. Because I want to show you some of the images and stuff that I found that I thought were cool. I just realized that they're all women, which is not on purpose. But so the Quarrelari that I had, the idea of like having this nomadic group of elves. These are all of the images that I found when I was just like looking through stuff, being like, "Yep, this is what I think they look like." This looks like two different images of the same person. But I thought these were cool. And then I'll just have different questions and things. Just looking for wild ladies. Listen, I just like ladies with schmutz on their face. Yeah. That's one thing that's really cool. Like if I grab an image and go boop, and then it appears onto Milanote, and this is a super helpful thing. It's nice. What do I have here? Oh yeah, this is just generic crap. And kind of the same. I saw this guy, I just thought he was cool. The middle pick looked like the Sandman for the Grails. Talking about this one? Yeah, I see it. Who keeps their tools on their forehead? The guy? On this? Oh, yeah. A little bit. A little bit. I'm with you. What are the cards that I have in here? Oh, just, yeah. Dark and broody, indeed. So for halflings in D&D, the generic ones are the stout, and I think I found out which one, CJ. That specific image was? I don't remember what it was now. Was it this one? This is Yasha? I bet androgynous. This one, yeah. The white-haired woman. This is Yasha. Oh my god, this one? Or am I on the wrong page? Or is it one over here? I can see that being Yasha. No, I didn't know it. I was Googling things, and then I saw a bunch of images, and then as I kept on going through, along with like Pinterest or something, and was just kept on grabbing stuff. Am I getting Yasha mixed up with somebody else? Well, that's interesting. Anyway. Oh, so for halflings, and this isn't like super important because we don't have any player characters that are halflings, but we'll run into potentially halflings sooner or later. In generic D&D, there's the stout and the lightfoot. Oh yeah, it was Ashley's character. I was not thinking of Yasha. I was thinking of Marisha's character, and Marisha's character was blue. They had like the blue, like bow is bow. Thank you. That was very close. Blue. Nailed it. Jester as yeah. Beauregard, yeah. Nope, I remember now. Thank you. Anyway. So for the stout halflings, I went with Stalwart, which is really close to Stalwart. And then I didn't have one for the Lightfoot halflings. I can't make them like Kinder. If I make them too much like Kinder, then John will be mad that he's not a halfling, because he wants to play I would have a Dragonlance like campaign setting just so that John can play a Kinder, because for anybody who hasn't read Dragonlance, the Kinder are a type of halfling where like because I'm saying Kinder. The Kinder, they culturally don't have the concept of ownership. That's not a thing. I want the Hubak stuff. They don't have the concept of ownership, so they just take things because they don't have like that's not a thing to them. You can't own an object that can't be yours. And then John gets to loot as much as he wants, and have it make sense. How you doing, Jadelle? That's like having a brother.
It seems we have a new follower.
Not sure what I wandered into, but I like it. Swift, you beat me because I can't type. I had only one X, but thanks. I'm gone for like an hour. Hi, John. We're talking about you. We're talking about Kender, actually, is what we're talking about. John is a Luke Goblin. Weird. Well, I've got the Lightfoot goblins that the Lightfoot halflings that I need to name. John, that's what I was saying. I was just saying that like I would DM a Kryn world setting so that you could be a Kender. But I'm trying to figure out. So I've got for my stout halflings, I'm using Stalwart because I want it to be kind of like very plain sounding words where everything else is very like ethnic sounding. Lightfoot means you're the ninjas. No. Every person I have ever played, I just wanted to see everything. I had no idea how to not have the notion of not owning things meant that they couldn't get mad when other people took. That is CJ. Pretty soon too, actually. I want it. But yeah, no. So Jadale. Moving on in the D&D campaign, we decided to go with a homebrew setting, which is what I like to do, as you well know. So we're brewing up a setting. Yeah, Shadow of the Dragon Queen. Is that what it's called? I don't know anything about the book itself, aside from that we're getting a Dragonlance campaign setting. Our first one's free and one off, and now I got them deep. Yeah, like I've got all sorts of character history questions for everybody to answer, and let's see. So Jadale, eventually the idea is to have it in what's the World Forge? Is that right? World Anvil, excuse me, World Forge. That's a different thing. Where it'll essentially work like a wiki. Yeah, World Anvil. I got there. Hold on, should I make this more? Hold on. I need to have a circumflex. There we go. Hold on, we're gonna make this more dwarven. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. We need more diacritical marks. More diacritical marks. That's how you can tell. BWCA is the Welsh for goblin, if I'm looking for a name. How is that pronounced? So if I could write one out, that'd be great. Martin, let me tell you, I would love to, it's pronounced Booka? That's interesting. I'm going to make that note. I have terrible writing anxiety. I can do this. and I can improv something, but when I try to like write a story, it doesn't work out for me. I'll create the fuck out of the world. By the way, John, I don't know if you're started up your stream yet, but if you wanted to hang out and give commentary or questions or whatever, because I do have some questions that you could have your own trotters. I don't mind that idea for Lightfoot. I brought down swaft as in like a derivation of the vowel sound in Swift. But again, yeah, I want it to be just like a regular word almost, really. Trotters isn't bad, but I don't know if I want trotters. Something like it, maybe. I had my ear for looking for new ways to mispronounce my name. Well, like, I was like Lightfoot, Swiftfoot, Swaft. That's kind of how I ended with Stalwart, where I was like Stalwart, but then a D. It sounds like poop people? What? Swaft. Swaft Saint Diddley. Swaft Saint Dudley. Unless he calls you a version of your name? What do you mean? Have you heard of people who have loose poops like having the trots? No, not at all. I've never heard of that. Yeah, I'm not going to Google it. So let's see, we got Lightfoot trotters. I don't want it to be like a horse thing. Something about... I don't have anything in mind specifically for these two as yet in terms of culture. Dashing, as in dashing. That's worth writing down. Dasheen, they sound shiny. We'll workshop that a bit. The problem with the Dasheen is when they go through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. The Zephyr already a race of like wind people? It sounds like they are in something, Jadale, but I can't place what. I'm not having Bugbear be a playable race for us. What I'm writing through here is just any like playable race or species that is going to have more than one culture within it. I might put orcs on here too, but I haven't decided. Well, they might level. No, Jada, I don't. I don't actually. I haven't really spent time on the halflings at all because we don't have a player character that's a halfling, so I haven't had to worry about it yet. Excuse me, lyrics. Get out of here. Hyper potions. I need you to calm down. And that's why I'm like, swapped? Question mark? I don't know. I'm pretty settled on Stalwart because I think it's just a fun way to do it instead of Stalwart for the stout halflings. Kobolds are a different thing in D&D, and I wouldn't have that in here. Trotters is a food as in pig's feet. There could be pig people. That sounds more like Stalwart half-elves or halflings. I'm still mostly excited about the gnome names that we have. The Huloi and the Chalkorgoi. I don't remember what Huloi mean, or like, this comes from a Greek word, but I don't remember what word. Maybe tree or forest or something. And the Chalkorgoi, that's literally derived from the Greek word for tinker or coppersmith specifically. But then I just added the OI, and then it sounded gnomish to me. Not quite Kender-esque, but certainly they would be skinnier, a little bit taller. Generic Lightfoot halflings in terms of D&D. And actually, maybe that's something that I can pull out. I'll pull up the Player's Handbook, which could be helpful. Boop. Then there. All right, let's see. Begin. No, let's do it this way. Let's see. As a Lightfoot halfling, you can easily hide from notice. Even using other people as cover, you're inclined to be affable and get along well with others. In the Forgotten Realms, Lightfoot halflings have spread the farthest and thus are the most common variety. Lightfoots are more prone to wanderlust than other halflings and often dwell alongside other races or take up a nomadic life. In the world of Greyhawk, these halflings are called Harefeet or Tallfellows. The stout halflings tend to be Pakpak? What's Pakpak? Pakpak? That seems to be an actual ethnic group of people. So they're Kender? They're different than Kender. But Kender are certainly like a derivation of Lightfoot halflings. But Kender are like very specific to Kryn. Thank you, everybody who's hanging out and helping. By the way, I didn't think that people would be as so interested in doing this. All right, so what makes a Lightfoot halfling? So just like again, sticking with sort of generic D&D stuff because I don't have a different version yet. But weren't the books based off a campaign setting originally? Like the books grew out of the campaign setting, or is that an urban legend? Yeah, no, the books grew out of a campaign. But the Kender themselves were an invention of halflings for that campaign setting. You know what I mean? So like we could make our own ones. Like I've got my gray elves here that are going to be like sort of nomadic elves, and also my desert elves. I don't think I looked at those images. I found a bunch of cool images, and then also managed to find that somebody else had fucking made desert elves be a thing. I want mine to be not this, which is why I have it in here. I think this image is specifically from Dark Sun, but I thought those were all cool. The Azalelari. But for the elves, I have the apostrophe Lilari, essentially for them kind of meaning people, but all of the elves sort of, it essentially means elves because they use it in that way. Is a D&D goblin apparently named for the only thing he can say? I have not heard that one, Niffler. That's very interesting. Let's just okay. We're too much time thinking and not enough time brainstorming, which are two different things. Just write down shit. See what sticks. Wanderers. They're wanderers. They wander. What else are the Lightfoot? Bric-a-bracs. I'm Googling that. Hold on, how was it spelled? Bric-a-brac. Oh, the curios. What an interesting thing. That sounds more gnomish to me. But that could be kind of fun. I don't like it as a name, but I like it as a concept. So like a bric-a-brac is essentially like a goodness. Not curio is another word, but like dullfoot. I don't mind having the word foot in there. We can at all because feet and halflings. Littlefoot. It's a dinosaur. They usually have big feet. Well, the Lightfoot perhaps less so. Bigfoot it is. Nope, I don't think I want that either. Noggles? That sounds like a goblin. So I'm going to put it over here. So the Lightfoots aren't light on their feet? They're still definitely light on their feet, but they're still also halflings, which are sort of tenderfoots. Is that a thing already? Or Nargles. Not Nargles. I don't want to get sued. Hold on. I'm going to Google tenderfoot, because that's a thing, right? Tenderfoot. Oh, that's just a word. Fleetfoot? I like it well enough to write it down. A family from Lord of the Rings? I don't think so. So it did tenderfoot, and then it's a rank in Boy Scouts, which is why I remember it. Apparently it's the name of a mountain. Broken Tooth. I don't mind that as a family name. I'm literally going to go Broken Tooth and put it in here. I love words. Words are fun. Bent Bones. How is the building going? Right now I'm just naming things, which is pretty square in the like shit that DK cares about that doesn't really matter that much. But for me, I found it to be very informative. Sometimes you can build from top down or bottom up. Like bottom up sometimes works, where you like come up with the idea and then you name the thing. Sometimes I like to name the thing and then come up with the rest of it. That's what I'm doing right this second. Fleetfoot Wanderers. Nomads. I'm just going to keep on writing shit down. Nomads. Oaf Cheeks. Tomads. That's actually pretty funny, but I'm not going to do it that way. Oh, man. Tootsas? That's close to the Tutsis, which is actually a ethnicity, right? Foot finish. Oh, jeez. I imagine actually that there's definitely some role playing for halflings to be done in that. I thought Tutsi just meant toes. Tutsi, I think is the spell is the spelling in English at least. The English spelling of it. Stickfoot? Stickfoot. Holy shit. Well, I'm not going to not write that down. Tootsie. Oh, yeah. Stickfoot. Oh, my God. Pawmans? Covering his toes without knowing why. What are just some words that would be sort of associated or that would mean being agile? And like straight up English words. I don't need them to be featherfoot. That's a little like instead of light, featherfoot, because feathers are light. Yeah. Solemons. I want it to be a very like So like I have stalwart, right? Where I change the word stalwart to stalwart, and that makes sense for stout halflings. That's a Pokemon. Tentative is a synonym for fast? I don't think I know that word. Something to do with lightning. I'm just going to keep on writing down words. Celerity. Haste. What else we got? Make something attack the jars for this thing. Oh boy. Man, this is why this shit takes me so long. Ah, boy. Only spent 15 hours getting it all done. My goodness, Kimbit. Sprightly? Sprightly is a good word. Sprightly. What a good word to potentially describe Lightfoot halflings. Sprightly. Spryly. Spryle? Looks like Spriggle. What's the important question, Pink Floyd? Merc teeth? Well, Niffler, where are you getting this from? Monowire or mantis blades? I don't know. It depends. If you're more of a sneaker, then on monowire, certainly. If you're more of a stab you in the neck kind of fella, then mantis blades. My mind thought Spraggle. You do both? Spraggle. Spraglies. The aisle, the Spraggle, Eigel. That sounds not halfling. Maybe monowire to change it up. Yeah, sure. Actually, I've not used the monowire in the video game yet, so I don't even know how it works, to be honest, in terms of the video game. What are we naming? We're currently naming the Lightfoot halflings in the world that we're building. There's nothing special about them. They're just generic Lightfoot halflings, but I want them to have like a different name. Merc teeth sounds like something. Merc teeth. Nope. Boy, I got some not. Oh, I see. There is a adult creator who has a name close to Merc teeth. Merc tooth is apparently a thing. But yeah, Merc teeth not. Flight rising? I don't know what that is. Safe search, right? Yeah, I've got haste on here. It's just like a Word to be inspired by. I like sprightly. What a good name for a. Just make it German. No, I want it to sound like almost English. Does that make sense? Also, I'm writing up dumb merc teeth up here because I think it's good. Oh, fuck. Spritefoot. Sprite. It doesn't need to have the word foot in there, but I don't mind it. Spritefoot. No. Called nimble hands. Nimble is just another good word that would work as like a something that means like agile, fast. This is the hard part. It just takes me so long to just come up with fucking names, man. Nimble. Ugh, neck. Meek feet. I don't like meek being part of their names. Ninja? I don't want to go into a different language. I want it to be like really close to an English word in the same way that style word, like you kind of already sort of have an idea what they're about just by hearing the name. Like there's already enough connotation there that kind of works. Oh. Trying to think about my mental image for Lightfoots are and how they interact with the world, and I got images of slipping through crowded streets with angry bakers calling after them. My brain go to hooligans, so I looked up Australian and British slang for hooligans because I love their slanging. But always skirts like offensive but playful. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I'm writing down hooligans actually, kind of like that. Grimguts, a Niffler. Why does everything that you come up with sound like a goblin to me? What a great name. Grimguts is now the goblin surname. Actually, honestly, Grimgut, I might actually add this to an NPC that I currently have planned, who's a goblin named Murgle. Yabos? Yabos. call them hoons. You're trying to think of goblin type names? I'm not looking for goblin names. I'm looking for halfling names. But Grimguts, that's so good. That's actually really good. Is that from something, or are you just making shit up? Hold on, Grimguts. I'm Googling it, making sure. What in the hell? What am I looking at even? I image searched it. What is that from? Oh, it's from Warhammer. It's an orc war boss. Well, too bad. Hold on, I want to show you a picture or this is probably the best image. Here, this is. Oh, okay, that's 120p. There's Grimguts. Here's the miniature. Yep. Skaza or Boggans? Boggans. Boggans reminds me of Boggart, which is a goblin. Nimble step. Nimble. Switchblade, how you doing? Looks like something. It really does. Yabos gets used a lot in the UK. Interesting. Bilbo Boggins. Presently looking to come up with a new name for Lightfoot halflings. And sprites are a type of fairy. I agree. Well, it's not even their type of fairy. They're like their own entity for D&D. But something that is sprightly is sort of like that description would definitely work towards a Lightfoot halfling generally. That's why I'm not sold on them really too. Also, the GH in there is almost too Germanic for me, and sort of gets closer to either gnomes or dwarves in my head. Yabos. Yab. Yeah, so Switchblade. So if you look, I mean, so we talked about a lot of this already. So the two gnomish names come from Greek words. All of the dwarvish names come from Proto-Germanic. I'm a nerd. But yeah, no, that's something that we definitely like explore a lot and just like look for. It's a classic DM hack. Yeah, we're just like, no, Hulnis. That is Proto-Germanic for hill. That's the name of the hill dwarves. Sure. And I might change this to a Z to make it more dwarven sounding. A play on nimble for the Lightfoot halflings? Yeah, So for halflings specifically, to me, I feel like their names need to sound almost like they're coming from English. And this kind of how River Spirit, it's kind of a good name. Nimbly, that's too whimsical sounding for me, even though halflings can kind of get whimsically. But like for my stout halflings, I've got Stalwart, which is stalwart with a D. So like that. So that's sort of that sort of same derivation. I need to get Grimguts off my monitor there. Nimble snap. Any of the Lightfoot racial traits inspirational for naming? Not as yet. I don't remember what we have on here. It's yeah. So, they tend to be more charismatic, I guess. Naturally stealthy. So in Greyhawk, they either Harefeet or Tall Fellows. Which I don't mind that. Tall Fellows. Going along the Fellows. The Whisperlings? I don't want that for these, but what a good name. Whisperlings. I'm just going to hide that there as a, maybe come back to it. Like Whisperlings, galumphing. Silencers. It's my squad of halfling hitmen. No. Galumphing. The vorpal blade went snicker snack with its head and came galumphing back. They'd be suppressors or cans. You know, you're going to be tactical. Reminds me of like Ghostwise halflings. I don't know what you mean when you say Ghostwise there. But like Whisperlings as like a, maybe they're, if halflings had their version of drow, like Whisperlings. Wisefoot. I think it's just a good name. I'm going to put that in there. Ghostwise are from party? 5e? Ghostwise. Ghostwise halfling. Motherfuck. Oh, Forgotten Realms. Damn it. Man, I wish that... I don't know how Forgotten Realms became the de facto, like, campaign setting. Never considered that? Yeah. Like, there's no halfling, like, Underdark, you know, thing. So for reasons that I can't get into, the Ghostwise aren't something that I would be able to. I would have to go. I want to explicitly go further away from them.
It seems we have a new
hey, thanks for the follow,
follower.
dude. Appreciate you. This is the first time I've ever done any kind of campaign building on stream, because I don't know. I get self-conscious. Well, yeah, because then, but then you've got the Secret of Nim, Aurora, which is a thing. Whisperlings, I like though. I don't mind. Maybe I do. Oh, you just thought it was a fun factor? Yeah. Your stalwart invoked an MTG race to me. The Kithkin. Yeah. Well, the Kithkin are definitely would be sort of a stout halfling, like, kind of a thing. There's also starting the OneNote/Notion for an hour without making any No, that's sort of what one of the reasons why I decided to try Frolic. Frolic is a good word to maybe play around with. Because so much where I'm at right now in the terms of world building is just me going, you know, and being able to talk it out loud for me is helpful. And I know that like a lot of people are like, hey, how about this? How about this? How about this? And more I'm like, no, not quite. Which isn't to say that I'm trying to shoot anything down. I appreciate every single bit of anything that anybody has ever said through here. Cloudfoot. I think I want to go away from the foot, which mostly because it's just like almost too generic. Just got done learning about thought lift. Just going down a rabbit hole. Yeah, exactly, Martin. And this Milanote I love for just that. Reminds me of Padfoot? Yeah. Milanote, if you're not familiar with it, because I know you were talking about other apps. For me, I don't know why I just didn't type it out. Instead I Googled it and then I'm copying and pasting. For me and how my brain works, it's the most helpful thing. So like if I go here and I go into like I've got these gray elves that are sort of like a nomadic.
Look at them.
Hey, thanks for 100 bits, dude.
Bitties.
Yeah, that I sort of like a nomadic elf that I've got for me and that I'm sort of playing along with. And these are just some images. So like I can literally here I got the Ghostwise halfling thing put up. So like I can go boop, and then now the image is on my Milanote, which can be very, very helpful for brainstorming. That's all these are got here. And then also like I can connect like different thoughts, like sure, like this thought and this thought, those go together, and then I can label this and go stuff. And I can have this be dashed or thicker or a different color or whatever, or curvy. Swift mane? I don't know about the mane, but that might be onto something. But no, Milanote works with how my brain works. I have too much structure and I don't like it. Like if I tried to do this, but on like a spreadsheet, which could work, but I wouldn't be able to do it. I would not be able to do it at all. They also have a million different Quicklin? Templates is what the word that I stopped saying. But then you said Quicklin, and then I was like, what about? Okay, so what about? So we got kin in there as a suffix, which I don't mind for halflings, maybe. Quicken is an accounting software. Sipquicks? I don't know what that is. No, I don't know. And one thing that's cool too is I can also just export this as like a Word document or a PDF or a plain text, which can also be very, very helpful for then developing it further. But the idea is for me to flesh all this out as much as I can on Milanote and then go to World Anvil, and then we'll have a wiki for people to explore in terms of the world and what about it. How does Word know what to do with curvy lines and random? Wait, what? Word doesn't understand anything. Oh, you're talking about the curvy lines and everything? It's the connecting will make the words appear underneath each other. Swift fingers? I don't know about fingers. Nimble nuts. I don't know. What a frustrating thing to get stuck on. These fucking. It's from the name of the wind. Oh, gotcha. Man. Okay. All right. Okay. I've tried to read that book 3 times. And I've been told that after the first couple of chapters, it gets very good. And it probably does. Patrick Rothfuss is great. But I fucking can't get into it. It makes me feel bad about myself. It's a very slow build. Yeah, it hasn't been able to grab me. So like it's weird about like how voraciously I read so much fantasy growing up, and now it takes a lot for me to get into it these days, and it makes me feel bad. What I need, Well, the problem is I keep on. Actually, what I'm doing is I've been trying to listen to it. I've been trying to do an audiobook, and most frequently when I listen to audiobooks, I do it when I've got a long drive. And the reason why I was not able Swiftwind, maybe, the reason why I was able to, or not able to listen to it is because it was sort of putting me to sleep a little bit. Where I was like, no, I'm driving. I need to not fall asleep here. Nimblekin is not bad. Nimblekin. That's not bad. Spriken? Spraken's in Deutsch? No, I'm not Spraken. Wheel of Time. Yeah. Well, Wheel of Time, too, like... Wheel of Time is so funny now because I've been reading it for so long. And then when you're talking to people about it, you're like, man, once you get to like book 7, then it's great. But also Wheel of Time, just like it's like reading Hamlet. Nobody can ever make a decision ever, and it's frustrating. I read in a very, very strange style. The first bit. Skip to the middle to see what the snapshot of the middle looks like. Maybe that's what I should do. What I should do is just like, yeah, but book 7. No, I know. I know that it's ridiculous. But book 7. The first 7,000 pages, slow burn. But you get that. Then you get into that good. Ooh, just delicious and tasty right there. Oh, man. Ridiculous. But I guess a lot of things are like that. Like everything that Tolkien's ever written. Listen, once you get past these next 40 pages of him describing a fucking tree, after that, world building gold. Then you get 2 plates in and you're like, boy, I might be good. But you skip the songs? Oh, I love the songs. Actually, it's one of the things that I think the Hobbit, the Hobbit movies, did really well, where they sort of added a bunch of songs. I just thought was good. Moss Hollow sounds like a great name. Niffler, why are you so good at naming? Well, actually, you're like coming up with things that I can use later. I'm gonna actually have that be a place where the stalwart are from. Lightfoot King, Lionfoot King, Loin, what? Really, Martin, I don't know those. You love playing with words? I mean, especially like words like Moss Hollow. Like that sounds like a halfling thing, 100%. Like you don't even need to describe it. Moss Hollow. Yep, perfect. Hey, why not? Welcome on in, dude. Hope you're doing well. In the same way that you did like Murk Teeth and Grim Guts, and those all sound like goblins to me. Torpenhow Hill? What is that? Torpen is close to torpor, which is just asleep. That could be where the Whisperlings are from. No. Maybe. A little bit, May. Yes, a little bit. It's just 4 different languages. Is it really? It's just hill, hill, hill? That's fantastic. Nimblekin. Sprakefoot. I just got lost with all the different names proposed. Yeah, nothing's like coming out to me. We're paused. We're currently contemplative on a kind of halfling that there is currently no plans for an NPC or a player character at all. But not quite yet. What's that hill called? Hill. Stickfoot, hooligans, yabos, yobkin. Sounds like Bob Hoskins. For now, they're calling them ellipses. Man, I wish that I could work like that. I can't. I can't have an idea for a thing and then like put it on pause and then come back to it later. I have to like build at least some amount of structure to that thing while it's in my brain and then come back to it. Otherwise, I'll come back to it and be like, I don't know what this was, and delete it. Fleetfoot. Isn't Fleetfoot the name of a shoe store? Fleetkin? Nimblekin? The Y in there is kind of fun. Fleetfoot Mac. The traveling Lightfoot bard of some renown. That's pretty good. I don't mind that at all. That's kind of funny. Some mild pop culture references like that would be amazing. That's not something that I typically roll with, really. But that is pretty funny. Fleetfoot Mac. Just introduced DJ Khaled in my last campaign. Turbokin? Nope. Turbo sounds too modern to me almost. Even though the word itself is not, but like, it makes me think of engines, you know? Just the one gimme as an Easter egg. I mean, a lot of the names that I have are just like have sort of etymologies like that. Like Cimarron, the one NPC that we've met, right? That's that word has a meaning. Lunar Hollow? I don't know if I like any kind of moon references to halflings. The Hollow sounds more like a place that they would live than the name. Not Cinnamon. Cimarron. God damn it. Worse than my PCs. Yobkin. Yobkin sounds like a type of polearm. Whew, gosh. Fleetkin. Save? It saves automatically. Flinkin? What is it Mad Mardigan calls them in Willow? I don't know. Pecs. I had to Google it. Yeah. Oh, man. Willow gave me nightmares because everybody turned into pigs. And I've talked about this on stream before, but like anytime people are turning into animals, It's always freaked me out. Secret of Nim, that just horrified me as a kid. Sure, yeah. No, Willow, and then also what was Pinocchio. That reminds me of Spirited Away. Oh, I love Spirited Away. I've got like kin on the brain, Jadale. I don't know if you're still bopping about. Because you're talking about Kithkin before. What's funny about Kithkin is that is a little bit like the hill thing that Aurora was talking about, where like kith and kin like kind of mean the same. Kin? That's maybe a little too cutesy. Minkin. So, Minkin sounds like Merkin. Like that's what that reminded me of. Minkin. Alan Minkin. It's a Minkin. His name is Alan. Alan Minkin. He's a bard. No. Oh, gosh. Calamus is part of the feather. Calamus? Lightkin? Calamus. I got plants when I looked that up. Callus feather? This is also the name for a plant? Got it. So it's the sort of like almost the quill part you could call of a feather. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. Calamus. Calican. I feel like the Swiftkin have already been mentioned. I've got Fleetkin, Nimblekin. I think Swiftkin, I think it was mentioned, but I don't think I wrote it down. Swiftkin. Now that I look at that written down, I don't mind it. Swiftkin? Ah, my people, the Swiftkin. Swiftkin. I'm gonna run to the bathroom right quick. I will be right back, and then we'll continue working on this for just a little bit. We're probably gonna go a little bit later than we normally do tonight, just because if I'm just quietly doing this, then I don't have to worry about waking anybody up. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's me. Oh, I'm adorable. Oh, you dickhole.
And then Toaster was like, "Dickie!"
Blow me.
Blow you? Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
You're just super forward like that.
I love it when it's hard and difficult and makes me cry in my sleep. Shut the fuck up. When I said that, my brain didn't yet process what it was going to sound like. It's looking awesome.
I do. I know my way around a joystick. Seems like you know your way around a joystick too, girl.
You just go to sleep with a potato? Listen, don't you insult my girlfriend like that. That are too. Always getting frisky. He's real handsy. You can see him in person. Goodness. I'm still a little sore. How many times do you think Sean Connery has asked his wife to sit on his face? Just once? I don't even have that alert. Who did the second one? Artful Jackalope. You're also mean. I'm a duck, I'm a duck, I'm a duck, I'm a duck, I'm a duck. Don't give a fuck, I'm a duck, I'm a duck. The long shot. Wow! Took it.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm an AK-700 Android.
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
I was designed to serve you.
Well, you're about to. You just, oh, God. It's my second favorite thing I've ever had in my mouth. I just realized I was going to say something. I'll give it to you how you want it. You know what I'm saying? It's diction. Oh, okay, great. Choice number 1, the choice and use of words and phrases in speech or writing. Choice number 2, the style of enunciation in speaking or singing. I have all kinds of diction. You know what coconut oil is good for? Camera angle changes. I see. I see what's happening. This game is hard. This is hilarious to me. Balls. Oh, everything's awful. Not now, not now, not now. Nope, not today. Not today, Satan. Maybe tomorrow. But I can win.
With your 74U?
Got him.
Wow. Wow.
I play games sometimes. How far did I fall this time? Oh, you know how I like to do. Just like the first date. All the way.
Yeah. Your 30s are rough.
I only trust Deets, DK, and Super right now.
I don't want to die.
Are you dead?
No, I got shot at though. It was very scary. Mom, there's a ghost chasing me.
Okay, yep, got
Yep,
it.
just gently set the
Raise bar.
package just right on the forklift. Just right onto the. Do you want? Okay, fine.
Wait,
Nope, nope.
wait, no.
Just gently.
How's it going over there?
We gotta go, dude.
Yeah, you're speaking to the choir.
You say I'm talking to the choir?
Speak.
No. I believe it's preaching. Just like talking to the choir doesn't do much. Like people talk to the choir all the time. The thing is that if you're preaching to the choir, see the choir is always there.
I'm gonna put
And
a
because
choir in your.
We're gonna drop the chair. All right. So that was created by our very own Aurora and Dante, our favorite Pastafarian. All right. It was something about like the chair vibrating and like that being like a, I don't know. All right. Switchblade, you had an idea, something about scurry, so like squirrels. So I'm thinking about the Lightfoot halflings of this world. I feel like they would be sort of generically like plains dwelling kind of a creature. I don't know about scurry. And Dante sounds like El Dante or Al Dente. Yes, Pastafarian. I do love news. That's an old joke from about as long ago as that footage was. Scurry can Sounds like I'm saying scarykin with an accent. No worries, Olivia, get some rest. Have fun naming things. Thanks. Soon we'll be describing things. Yeah, 100%, Aurora, yeah. It's like when you first came in the stream. Fleetkin, Swiftkin. Swiftkin, I'm kind of into. Swiftkin, kind of into. Swiftkin. Swiftkin. Let's collect some. Notice green. So okay, so there's going to be red goblins and blue goblins. Visually, they're both green to anybody but a goblin, really. But and the reason why this came about is because I had an idea for a goblin character that I want desperately to be a goblin. But also one of our character backstories before one of our character backstories is that his family was killed by goblins, which meant that I then had to have some kind of like more barbaric raider type goblins. So I have like more of a city goblin and more of a raider goblin. And I haven't fleshed that idea out fully yet, but because of the character history that existed before, we decided to then explore the idea of a homebrew world that, so a bit of a retcon, but yeah. But Murgle is the character name that we will be finding soon. A killdeer is a kilder. That's close to kender, yeah. And kender is just kinder, right? Changing the vowel sound a little bit. Call deer. D&D is like school. Not no. Yeah, you know, like to anybody else, they're just look like they're green. Are they offended if you can't tell by looking at them that they're a blue goblin? Murgle himself wouldn't be offended, but he would have things to say. Bright Seeker? For the city goblins? Foxfolk? Cotton-headed muffins. Foxfolk, I don't mind. She's just like looking like, what animals live on the plains? I also mind having folk as a suffix. Whoops. That says fock. Folk. What is this? Dimensions.com. Boy, I'm clicking on that and I didn't think it was going right here. What am I looking at? Oh. Grassland plains animals. The Allosaurus. What? What are we on? What is this website? Something that would jam 13 cookies into the VSR. The VCR. Tragalins from the Tragalophus. Again, that's a good name, but what I want it to be something closer to. Calm down. I want it to be something closer to, like very English sounding. Not like England, but like stalwart. Just sounds like a word. Foxfolk. I don't know. Like I like the word foxfolk. Meerfolk. That's close to merfolk. That's real close to merfolk. But like meerkats, I could sort of it's almost like I don't want them to live underground, but I can almost see that being sort of like that being like a halfling thing almost. How meerkats kind of look and interact. Meerfolk is too close to merfolk. Right, like I don't want to mess with it. You know? Taperoons? Oh, like a taper? Swift couple? Be afraid of the meerkat marauders. Foxfolk, swift folk. Just swift folk ain't bad. Nothing like spending an hour on something that doesn't matter. Come on, Derek. Oh my gosh. Swiftkin, Swift folk. Spry folk. Somebody give me another possible suffix. So we got kin, folk, stuff like this is all great, but I want maybe something else more in there. Just chilling in the hot tub, why not? Man, that sounds fucking great. Whew. Ham? Just ham. Oh, like the suffix. I thought you were just like ham. What if the halflings were just called ham? Thoughts? Like Callingham. Hot tub and beers. That sounds delightful. I want them to be called ham. The Swift ham. Ham is a fear the hams. Let's get down to business to defeat the hams. Swiftkin, Swiftfolk. Fellow? Yeah, I mean, that reminds me of Tall Fellow, which is from Greyhawk, which is just the Greyhawk Lightfoot halflings. Can they be grassland pirates? That would not be the flavor that I'm currently thinking of for the Lightfoot halflings. Ling for suffix would work. What are the things from the dark crystal? Is that Gelbling? Is that what it is? Gelfling is what it is. Gelfling. Geldling is a kind of horse. That's a castrated horse. All right. Gelfling was what I was looking for. Gelfling. Yeah, it's a castrated horse, yeah. Hey, we shall board your wagon and pillage your wheat. I've asked. Another great setting word I've come across recently is wield, as like an ancient forest or grove. I don't know that. Wield, a heavily wooded area. The forest of Weld. Is it Weald or Weld? How do I say the word? Wield. As in like to wield something, but with an A in there. Wield. Wieldling? That would be if they're like in a forest, but that could work. They don't need to be plains. I kind of like the word. Wheatling? What are not wheat, but what are some other grasses that could like go in there? Like a maybe just grassling. Remember like as like a like the ashen weald? Kind of into it. Rye, R-H-Y, or is that as a suffix, Bramble? Oh, barley. Twigling? What is this? I don't like it. Oh. Nope. Sure. Aster is a flower classification. Asterling. Asterling sounds almost like astrolling. They all came from Will Wheaton. The Wheatlings. Asterling. Rushling. Rushling I can get behind. Although Rushling does make me feel a little bit like I'm trying to make fun of Sean Connery. It's Asterling. But Asterkin. Does mean star. I feel like grasslings is what another race might nickname the Lightfoots. Yeah, exactly, Jadale. 100%. Like maybe they have their own name, but like, did I write down grassling? Or did I didn't. Grassling. I think grassling, like, I think that's good. Might have a deep connection to stars for navigation. That's maybe fair to say. Turn that down some. I hope this is fun, by the way. I'm having fun. I like naming stuff. I'm a nerd. Solanum, that's derives from the sun, so that's kind of like the same sort of stuff. Solanum. Giving you for mining Acquisitions Incorporated for your campaign. I have some connections with Acquisitions Incorporated. Fun. Rushling, Grassling. I like Wield. I'm gonna use this maybe elsewhere. Swiftfolk, Rushling, Grassling. Rushling isn't bad. Because like Rush is just like a is Rush just another name for grass, or is it a specific kind of grass? I don't actually. Veltling? The DT is a consonant pair that I want to avoid for halflings. Rushling reminds me of a river folk. As in like a rushing river. I can see what you're saying there. But I think that Inika was, when she said rushling, was more along the lines of like grass. Yeah, grass is like a damp place. Interesting. Okay. Maybe further from what I was thinking. I think just grassling isn't bad. Or regardless of what they call themselves, maybe this is just another name for them. Ponds, bogs, low, moist areas. Sure, that's not. So that definitely goes with the grass, but that's not the kind of grass that I would expect them to be around. Yep, that checks out, Jadale. The Rushling. Swiftfolk. Swiftkin, Grassling. These are the three that I'm kind of digging right this present. Can you see those? Yeah. Making sure my head wasn't blocking them. I am Ham of the Grasslings, leader of the Meerkat Marauders. And this is my faithful mount, Scallion the Warthog. Oh, man. Lanoling? Lano, L-L-A-N-O, is something that I want to avoid because of other media. So, do you know Llanowar, Inika? I said not living underground. Yeah, no. So the Stalwart ones sort of have the idea that they kind of live like in like hobbit holes almost. That sounds familiar. It's from Magic the Gathering. Is it a city in Texas? No shit. Llanowar? No kidding. Foxfolk. Rushling, Lincoln. Calamus. Kellamling? No. If there's cool mascot isn't enough. There's on their helmets they just have the one Llanowar elf art from What is that? Is that Fallen Empires? Looks like a yellow jacket. Boo. Oh, Llanowar elves. Or is that actually? Is that? You know what? The card is not Llanowar elf. It's Llanowar elves, plural. Oh, it's just the base. Oh no shit. Yeah. They just have this on the side of their head, like the Patriots. I hope they lose every game this year. Assholes. Yellow jackets. We should all go to a Llanowar City football game and just dress up as elves. Way more than a big G on the side of their helmets or something. I agree with that. I think I'm leaning towards Swiftkin over Grassling, or over Swiftfolk, excuse me. I might be inclined to go with Swiftkin / Grassling. Where like the Grassling is maybe something that non-Swiftkin call them. Lamb. Into it. Yeah. I like it. Llewellyn? Is that... It looks like Welsh, probably. Leyling? Leyling? Someone take the post-it note off the board. All right, so something that I also wanted to do that you could just like play around with for ourselves. I've got let's do it like this. Make sure that you guys can see that for anybody who's on a bigger monitor. I have two types of mountain dwarves. Mostly because the two names, I couldn't decide between the one or the other. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to fucking do both for now and figure it out later. So in terms of gameplay, they'd be the same, but culturally they would be different. Skelthus, this word in Proto-Germanic means shield. So they'd be more like shield dwarves. But it also sounds a little bit like skeleton, so I haven't decided 100% yet. All right. So you guys are nomadic. I don't think seafaring is a hyphenate. Seafaring. And the other group is just very fond of ham sandwiches. The Hammerdals. No, that's Proto-Germanic for hammer. All right. I want to have at least 5 different ethnic groups of humans. One of which I would need to be nomadic. One of which I need to be very seafaring. And seafaring, thinking more coastal than, or even maybe peninsula than, like island dwelling. So like, more like Greece and less like Numenor. So let's just, I got the Vonden, the Bondanian, or the Bondania, could lean into the word of Caucasian and use terrain features to name them. Looking for surnames or nationality. Just like qualities to them, even visual qualities would be fine if you're like, they all have amber skin. I'll be like, fucking perfect. Amber skin. Sure, why not? The Cordal, I want to be nomadic. Although now that I say Cordal and then me wanting them to be nomadic reminds me of the KH sound suddenly reminds me of Game of Thrones, and only because of Call being the honorific. Or Genghis Khan, yeah, the KH sound. I kind of like this name. These three, I want to be represented in Paxton, the city that they're going to. The other two do not have to be. Jonathan's character would be some like pretentious city folk. That is the idea. I think the Vonden, I had the idea that they tend to shave their heads, even the women. Yeah, they shave their hair. Yeah, they tend to shave their hair. Very erudite? Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't thinking of having them. When you say erudite, so that means like that word has a meaning by itself, but also that's from oh my god, the game that I used to spend 1,000,000 hours in. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna look at chat. I'm gonna just try to use my brain. EverQuest. Got there. Yep, EverQuest. Thank you. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so I wasn't thinking of them necessarily being dark-skinned. Maybe like some, but not sort of explicitly. Did we really introduce you to Jill? That's very interesting. And I played for a bunch. Why are we doing lyrics? Sadism is one of my favorite Twitch categories. You'll fit right in. Okay, so let's go. The seafaring Hyoran. Curly hair. Tender to shave head. I don't think I knew that the Erudites shave their head generally. Oops. Yeah, generally be sort of darkened skin, sort of like each needs some sort of cultural or some sort of culture or some other similarly rooted flaw. Yeah, I can get behind that Switchblade. I'm totally into having them have like a sort of cultural. Yeah, flaw is probably the best word. Yeah, cultural foible. Huh. Darker complexion. Like okay, yeah, look at him like that. Vision related, even Wine Dark Sea. Well, the Wine Dark thing, they don't really like shoes. Okay, I'm writing that down, but I want you to tell me where you're getting that idea from. Because, like, I don't know, if you're on, like, a wooden ship. Trade in season? That's kind of fun. And sailing comes, a lot of sailors went barefoot, right? But yeah, no, and lots of sailors went barefoot. I knew that. Centaur not wearing shoes. Oops, shoes. Or at best sandals, like open-toed shoes of some kind. That's kind of a fun, like, quirk. Went barefoot when the weather allowed, giving a better grip on the deck. That actually makes sense when you're talking about weathering, like, wear socks and sandals. Just better grip on the deck just with your bare feet. That makes sense, actually. They usually wore sandals. Oh, well. Okay, that sandals thing was just something that I figured that would happen. But that makes sense. Sunlight blinding them to other colors is in my brain space. Well, so the Wine Dark Sea, that aurora came because they didn't have a word for blue. So the sea being dark, the closest thing that they had to compare it to was wine. In the same way that, like, Jesus turned water into wine. He didn't turn water into wine. He changed the color of the water. And then what is liquid and not clear? Wine is, you know. Skin wrinkles. Yeah. No. Not having a name for the color might be related? Plausibly, I guess. They do have a bazillion words for ice and snow, yeah. Diet, that's not a bad way to go. So let's do, what's their diet like? Yeah, I'm with you on mussels. That just seems like a really easy thing to harvest. Seaweed. Fish, naturally. What's something that would be water, in the water, that they would eat that other things wouldn't? Seaweed might be in there, but like... some kind of eccentric merchant type folk? Plausibly. Seagulls? I was thinking more like... what I was thinking specifically, I was thinking shark, but then I was like, I want it to be more interesting than just shark. Yeah, exactly. Or just say stuff, and like if it works, then it works, and if I decide to not include it or delete it later, then that's fine. Sea urchin? Please don't eat sharks. Yeah, I explicitly wanted to not be sharks, but like something like that, where it's like dragon turtles. Dragon turtles are more interesting than sharks. No. Squid ink soup. Yeah, right. I mean, this is so like so often. Most of this happens just like alone, right? So it's nice to just be able to bounce ideas off and like throw things at the wall and be like, oh yeah. This would make sense. Or like some people are able to just think of things that my brain isn't in that sector, right? Like you were talking about diet, and that's nothing that I was thinking of at all yet. But diet would be something that would be very interesting, and all of them would have like their own. Fermented shrimp? That's interesting. Sahagwin? I'm going to say no, only because this whole... So the campaign that we're running right now is 5 streamer friends. Plesiosaurs? No, I explicitly don't want to have any dinosaurs in the campaign setting. Because you can have dinosaurs in D&D. There's all sorts of stat blocks for dinosaurs. But we started with mostly as like a this is what D&D is kind of a thing, where we started with what's the first campaign called? The Ghosts of Saltmarsh. But the first campaign is The Sinister Secrets of Saltmarsh. That's what it is. And then we moved on to the next in there, and that has a lot of Sahagwin in it. Which makes me then want to not have them be food. Southern Teeth Saltwater Cousin. No. But okay, so sea urchin. You said in there, I'm going to write that down because that's not bad. But I still feel like I want something to be like weird in there. What about jellyfish? I want to put jellyfish down. Sea urchin is pretty funky. It's jellyfish. So I had jellyfish when I was in Japan. I've told this story on stream before. I want to tell it again because it was funny. But I went to this Japanese restaurant. I think we were in Kyoto, and I took a photo of the menu, and I should share it somewhere because they had an English menu that wasn't very well translated. One of the things was like shrimp ground past sand. And I didn't know what that meant. Having spent time now, they meant finely ground, like it's ground past sand. And I get it now. But when I was there at the moment, I didn't know what that meant. Anyway, so I ordered jellyfish because I was like, fuck, I don't even know you could eat jellyfish. And when I thought of eating jellyfish, I thought I was going to eat like it's shrimp paste. Yes, Annika, that's exactly what it was. But I didn't know. It wasn't until like later thinking about it that I was like, oh, like past sand. Like sand is ground and you ground it even further than that texture. When I thought about eating jellyfish, I thought about eating the bulby bit. I don't know if that properly has a proper name. No, you eat the tentacles. The bell, yeah, thank you. You eat the tentacles, and that was like eating cartilage, and it was not good. But I had the experience. Good morning, Sophie. Is it that early or / late? Anyway, welcome back. Oh, goodness. I hope you get some more sleep. Sea snails? Maybe. It is nearly midnight Eastern. I'm probably going to go for just a little bit longer. But like I said, when I'm just here talking, then I don't have to worry about playing a video game and screaming and waking people up. Fermented fish viscera. Fucking into it. Yeah, Shivkara. Oops. That is garum? What is the fish viscera? Frog and potato soup. What? I don't know what garum is. Garum. Is a fermented fish sauce that was used as a condiment in the cuisines of Phoenicia, ancient Greece, and Rome, Carthage, and later Byzantium. Ah. Annika, I'm going to say that you probably found out about this on a podcast. But it's like a little bit along the lines of like soy sauce was very umami. Interesting. So like that's a little bit. So the shiokara is a little more, it's like spicier than what. And so it's interesting. So that's garum. Which again was very much in the cuisines of Phoenicia, Greece, Rome, Carthage, Byzantium. When Rome fell, they then put a tax on salt because salt used to be very cheap. And when they started taxing salt, then it became too difficult to make. Now I want to try some. It looked like black ink and stinks. Yeah, but if it's fish-based, then I'm fucking into it. They like putting it on raw oysters? Oh, God, that sounds amazing. Made my mouth water. Sophie, it was just okay, but I'm glad that I chose a new sandwich. Anyway, so Sophie, we're working on the D&D campaign setting, so essentially making our own fantasy world. Just get fish sauce from the Asian market, close enough? No, I want authentic garum. Pearls and scrimshaw. Oop. I don't know about the scrimshaw bit. That certainly goes with like sort of cultural things there, but scrimshaw is a fun word. It sounds different than what it is, right? It's carved ivory. Or bone. I guess if I just made it bone instead of ivory. Art. Bone scrimshaw, like a very like fishbone scrimshaw. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of D&D behind the scenes. Yep, 100%. And we're like all just brainstorming together, which is kind of very fun. Looking up the word is much more fun than the actual. Yeah, the actual thing is just like carved bone and like more I associate it with ivory, like carved ivory more than carved bone. I don't know if that is necessarily accurate. Art. I'm gonna have their darker hair, but that tends to be sun bleached. Yeah, I just want to stay from the Avery stuff. That's not necessary. Scrimshaw, to me, almost sounds like. Actually, here's what it is. It's to me, it sounds like a fabric. That's because of a scrim, which makes sense. To tend towards like all. So anytime we say all, I don't necessarily like, but like I think like that definitely goes along with the seafaring thing. Certainly, the ones that do spend most of their time at sea would definitely be I mean, that's with along those lines. They tend to be nimble. I think that works for me. Because that be like the calluses are something that sort of has to develop. Being able to be nimble is something that sort of almost like culturally can happen more. Have a good night, why not? Thank you for hanging out, dude. More Mediterranean seafaring folks or Waterworld Kevin Costner? They don't need to be either. And what I would want to strive for is avoiding the very obvious like cultural parallels. You know what I mean? Yeah, tropes. Yeah. Like I don't want to necessarily be like, oh yeah, these people are like Italians. Got it. You know, that's not what I want. Scrimshaw is scroll work, engravings and carvings done in bone or ivory. Typically, the artwork created by whalers, engraved on byproducts of whales, such as bones and cartilage, but it is most commonly made of the bones and teeth of sperm whales. Oh, okay. And the tusks of walruses. It's interesting that I associate it with ivory for some reason. Like more, like I think of like carved ivory, like the correct me here, Inika. Like Scrimshaw, like is not like carved ivory as in like the look, it's a goat made of ivory, but like it was almost like the bone or ivory itself is like the canvas in a lot of ways, and then they would carve it. Yeah, the bone was the paper. Yeah. That's probably the better way to label it. Indian carving? What do you mean, CJ? That is one type and is actually the type on the Wikipedia page. Hey, I did it. Oh, wait, so that is one type. What are the other types? What do you mean? Is there types of Scrimshaw? Do they talk like pirates? No. Again, because I don't want it to with the exception of like they would use sort of more nautical terms maybe, just culturally, but don't want them, again, avoiding common tropes. I want it to be sort of its own thing. It's pretty well known for the intricate carvings. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Hey, Gronk, how you doing? Been a minute. Okay. So, let's see. Excellent swimmers. Yeah, certainly it's excellent swimmers. Yeah. Sprinkle a dash of salt in their fresh water. That's kind of fun, but I'm gonna not have that be a thing. Excellent swimmers. Again, that's something that sort of goes in with seafaring. Like, do I have a snow people? Not really as of right this moment. I don't have any like a tundra race in mind necessarily. Here's what I've got. I got these three. I want to be in this bigger city that we have, and we can talk about that later. The Cordal, I want to be nomadic. The Call, I don't know. I don't know. You were talking about them sounding like they're merchants. I don't know, maybe. The North belongs to the Nords. Yeah, that's one thing that I want to avoid too. It's all too often they're like, a lot of fantasy settings will be like, these people are Nordic. There we go. They're Scandinavian looking. Perfect. Ferengi proxy. Definitely maybe what I would want to then explicitly try to avoid. Gronk, this is called Millinote. A lot so many people like see this and they're like, what is this? It's Millinote. Do I have it is still in my copy paste. I love it. I love it. I love it. It works with how my brain works. Where I can have like these categories, I can collapse them if I need to, move them around very easily, like put arrows to things, change how the arrows look if I need to for whatever reason. I can have the different boards here, and then these boards I can have images, and the images I'm able to just click and drag from like one Chrome tab to the next. It works with how my brain works in terms of brainstorming and organizing. I use it for all kinds of stuff. If I ever make a Nord person, please make it a Dane. That probably won't happen. Just that leaving the tooth bone in its original shape and using it as a canvas for pictures. Sort of one type of scrimshaw. Another type is carving into something like the handle of a knife or cribbage board. Oh, okay. So scrimshaw, by its definition, is not necessarily out of bone. It's just sort of like a carving that does not destroy the shape of the original thing. Is that how it's defined? We're talking about like scrimshaw and them being seafaring. I like the idea of maybe they're whalers. I like that, kind of makes sense. I'm trying to think if there's anything in D&D that would be sort of but it uses tooth, flesh, bone, but may or may not leave it in its original shape or form. So it's just a word for carving. All right. Great. Carving, but not like sculpting. Dragon turtles. You just really like dragon turtles? No, that sounds awful. Can you imagine? They hunt aboleth for sustenance. Okay, so weaponry. Tend towards reach weapons that are harpoon-like. Blades curved and short. I'm with you up until the... the race doesn't exist anymore after they decided to move from whaling to dragon turtling. I'm going to go with favored weapons. What did I just hit? Huh, that was weird. So... reach weapons like harpoons. So sailing peg things. I know what you're talking about. What's the name of it? Where's Knight's house when you need him? The blades, they have like a stabby and then like a hook. A person who does scrimshaw is called a scrimshander. Yeah. That's kind of fun. Nets. Yes. But I agree with that. Not enough races or classes are proficient in nets. I'm with you. Oh, good night, Bramble. 10 past 5. Goodness, get some sleep. Reach weapons, harpoon. I don't like the... Okay, so that's an interesting thing. Why are... When we think of like a seafaring peoples, it's really easy to go towards a curved single-edged blade. Why is that? Yeah, I mean, if you're, yeah, you would be, they would 100% like generally be proficient in nets. It makes a lot of sense. To cut through nets and nylon ropes with inwardly curved blades. So that's true. So I'm thinking of like, I think of them more having outwardly curved blades. So you're thinking inwardly curved, like what are some inwardly curved weapons? Like a karambit would be a very small one, or like what's the one? Kukri. Yeah, there it is. Scimitars? Yeah, certainly, but why? That's Jucifer. So my current thought process is like, why do we associate that with? I mean, seafaring peoples or pirates necessarily, and I'm trying to think of if there is a practical reason as to why that is that they tend towards. I don't know. Because StreamerBot is currently broken, Sophie. I'll fix it eventually. Sorry. But yeah, Blackout and Noir mode are currently not on. Sailors having curved blades wasn't really a thing. I mean, certainly scimitars, right? Or is that just a sort of weird cultural perception that we have? And that actually, Jadelle, that kind of makes sense. I don't know if it's necessarily true, but it kind of makes sense because if you're on a fucking boat, you're not going to be in full plate. And also like a slashing weapon, generally. You can have a one-handed slashing weapon because then you have one hand for the boat, one hand for yourself. You know what I mean? Yay for the mods. Thanks, Sophie. The idea of inwardly curved blades. I don't know. I mean, is that? Yeah, it's just a weird cultural thing. Yeah, where did that come from? So Switchblade, you're talking about inwardly curved blades, and that has like some practicality to it. To me, so kukri were meant as like for like decapitation, right? Inwardly curved, single-handed blades, like kukri. I'm gonna say like kukri because kukri. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Kukri. Type of machete from the Indian subcontinent. Yeah. So, sorry, a lot of people might not know what a kukri is. It looks like this. Where like there's the blade on the inner side there. Just reading about kukri. I'm gonna say that they have whalebone handles. Whalebone handled weapons. Are thought to be more prestigious. Yeah. Oh, a belaying pin. Is the yeah. So I'm gonna look that up and show belaying pin. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh, that's still not what I was thinking of. Wait. So what are you talking about? For switchblade for a belaying pin? Hold on. What is this? The anything piratesLove.fandom.com. As a bludgeoning weapon. Oh, like they just use a belaying pin? Could be fun. What's this? Okay, well, this is fucking cool as shit. I see you found my pirate fanfiction site. Whoops. Let's. I'm gonna put that in there as just a like. Hold on, where'd my pirate love? Oh, here we go. Pirate. Here we go. Here it is. Wait. So pirateslovefandom.com. Welcome to Anything Pirates Wiki. Sure. Okay. Well, this is the most half-baked wiki ever. All right. Never mind. Silver. I mean, the blade does look like very pale. I agree with that. I'd be scared to click on that. I clicked on belaying pin. No, but what was the oh gosh, it's on the tip of my fucking tongue now. I was gonna say it. The something hook. Hold on. Right fucking here. Is there like a bill hook? I think that might be right. Bill hook. Oh, that's not what I was thinking. But a bill hook could work. Maybe I was wrong in what I was thinking of, but bill hook was right. It is a something hook that is. Well, shoot. I know that there's a pirate hook. Is that a thing? No, you're talking like a hand hook? No. One of the reasons we were thinking curved blades for seafarers is because of the way pirates were depicted using cutlasses, but a cutlass isn't really a thing either. They're most likely shorter than average sabers. Pirates use whatever sword they could get their hands. Yeah, that's probably fair. I'm sure that they use whatever the fuck they could fucking find. And that makes sense. Sophie, what are you talking about? Also, I love that you start out boobs. Also, I thought that said bitches at first, and I need you to know that too. They went to Nevada with the bitches out. What? Okay. I'm gonna do all right. Pole arm, hook, stab. Pole arm with hook. Pole arm with hook. Pole arm with hook. None of these is what I'm thinking. With a bayonet as well, on a blowgun. That's fascinating. The natives of Borneo not only make a blowgun for shooting poison darts, but also equip it with a sight and a bayonet. I can't imagine that what I'm thinking of would use blowguns necessarily, but I do like blowguns just as like a flavorful weapon that some culture uses. A bardiche? No. That's not a seafaring weapon at all. Bardiche? Sorry. A bardich. That's how I said it when I was a kid. Hey, Ninja Nerd, how the hell are you doing? I like a good blowgun. Oh, you're saying that is a person, Sophie? Okay, I didn't know that. I thought you were just saying, like, this is something that this culture could have. A bardich, something like dandelion catches. That's funny. No, okay, so I'm gonna draw it. It's like a no, hold on, undo. It's like a hooky part that comes around here. I can draw straight lines. And then there's also a like more stabby bit there. And that all comes down onto like a pole arm. It's like that. A boat hook? Is it literally just a fucking boat hook? I bet it's a boat hook. That sounds right. Motherfucker. Yeah. But like a stabby boat hook. What? I'm gonna trust you and click on this. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, like a boat hook. I was thinking that this came down much further. Oh, no kidding, Swifts. That's fun. Harpoons and boat hooks. That's just if you wanted to keep a boat from going away from the dock. I found this image that I'm gonna save too. It is small. A pole arm? Yeah, we're talking about the boat hook. You were a bunch of fucking nerds, Switchblade. Welcome on in. All right, I like that. Also, I'm going to put these into their thingy, which is over here. The Hyoron from Hyoron? Hyoron? The word assassins does have a lot of S's. Also, the etymology of the word assassin is just kind of goofy. Where the word comes from, the assassin. So this is going to be me half remembering shit. I think it's pronounced Hashishen, something like that. That was then sort of weirdly anglicized into assassin. But it was people that smoked marijuana. And that's where hashish also comes from. Arabic, yeah. Is hashishen? Is that like it's somewhere along that pronunciation? I'm sure that's not any more correct than assassin, but. And now it means to kill somebody.
Ooh, look at them tig old bitties.
Assassin was the name of a noodle dish that some ancient lord choked on? What? Hold on. Grunk, I knew what you meant the whole time. You're over there like, fucking damn it. Can't type. Yeah, not dumb. That's where the name comes from. Fake news. Oh, okay. I was like, what? From the Arabic. So that would read hashishi to me. I thought I had shen in there for some reason. Ulu knives are also used by fishermen. Ulu knife. I don't know what an ulu knife is. Ulu. Boy, can't type. Ulu knife. Sarah, it is Milanote, and I love it. Talk to me about what sailors would use this for. This looks like a device that you'd maybe use to like cut blubber out or something. Check these things out. These are kind of cool. Here's one. This is kind of another form of one. This is another one that's wicked looking. An uwu knife. No. Whalers adopted it from the Inuit. Interesting. Oh yeah, for like pizza cutter? Yeah. This one looks like a medieval pizza cutter. 100%. Called Miro, another whiteboard software. Interesting. Yeah, no, this one I love. It works how my brain works. I use it for a lot of organizational stuff. Programs like Notion, I aspire to be able to use, especially because they allow for a lot of flexibility and a lot of programming and customizability. But it's too like rigid for me to really like be able to do it. Yeah, it's getting the fat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Cool. I could definitely see that being a thing that they would use. There's another fucking wild image. What is this? I don't like it. A little too wubby for me at the current mood. This is sort of a more authentic looking one. I've used those to work on skins from a sheep. Interesting. That's a throat slitter if I ever saw one. Yes. Problem with Notion that you spend more time tweaking your Notion than working on the actual content. Yeah. Well, like it's like I said, and then I would spend a lot of time tweaking it and then get lost in the tweaking of it and never actually be able to use it because again, it's I don't know, it's just too rigid. This I'm able to pick them up as though they were little piles of stuff on my desk and move them around and like the just fucking celerity with which I can connect ideas is amazing. Where I can be like, this stuff is connected to the thing. And I can go spoop, and I want this to be, I really need to pay attention to this. So, but, and I can also have it be curved if I want to or need to, and move it around and still have these be connected. and move both of them. I don't know. It works for my brain. I've never heard of an Ulu knife. So yep. That's not something that happens to me too often. I've never heard of that one. In terms of like weaponry. Well, no, so I see. Okay, so this is from Amazon, but the pocket Ulu knife, like I have blades like this. Looks like a cookie dough cutter, doesn't it? Okay. Anything else that we can think of for the Hyoron? Hyoron? Hyor. I'm gonna go with Hyor. Hyoron from Hyor. Even, yeah, Miro Milano, pretty closely named. Something using with one of the games guy was like, here's this post-it note idea, and then zoomed in on it, contained other stuff, and was kind of mind blown. I think, yeah. So like it's the same stuff where I've got my boards, and I can click on this board, and then this board has other stuff in it, and then that board can have other stuff in it, and from popular mechanics for kids. No shit. Pretty big. I'm not going to say not astrology, but something stars for navigation. Well, we're in D&D, so what about not stars, but so there's a list of common first names and family names. I'm gonna have that come later, but that's always a good thing to help to give people navigation. I'm gonna parenthesize this and figure it out later. Then we're going to have some kind of magical means of navigation where they have some kind of something that helps them. I haven't gotten far enough to think about what it could be. Astronomy rather than astrology, yeah. Get some more rest, Sylvie. Funky Monkey, welcome on in. How you doing? Astral guidance is magic talk for navigating by stars. I mean, clothing would be something to consider. Sure, that's definitely like a cultural thing. I love making maps. Dude, I love making maps too. It's my favorite. So, okay. So, for people that are just popping in or out there lurking, which I'm sure we have plenty, we are working on a new campaign setting. And we started with a campaign. Well, actually, we started with a one-shot for 5 streamers that had never played D&D before. But all of them are like people that you would have maybe expected to have played D&D before, but they just never had the opportunity. And I've been DMing since I was like, I don't even know how. Jadale, you were because you were there beforehand, like until like 10. I don't know. I'm going full. Oh, yeah, I'm making my own deities. Yeah, and I've sort of already got that going. And I've got decisions to make there too, and maybe another time when I can do that on stream and we can work on the Pantheon. The current sheet that I have on the Pantheon has a lot of story-based stuff in it that I don't want people to know, so I'd have to figure that out. More than yeah, easily more than 25 years to do it. Yeah, but it had been a while since I've straight up made my own campaign setting in the same way. And now I have an opportunity, so I'm gonna do it because it's fun. But using classic Forgotten Realms, Wheel of Plains, or Pantheon, or I'm totally off script in that regards. In terms of the planes, there's specific story stuff. No worries, Gronk. Get some rest, dude. There's specific story stuff that I want to play around with. We'll see. We'll see about playing around with it. Yeah. The thing with developing your own pantheon for D&D stuff is you also have to have it be D&D, where you're like, okay, well then this god needs to have their own alignment, and also have like particular domains associated with them. Tend to use 5e for rules, though. Tend to use 5e for like the 5th edition gods. Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. And like, there's also I was talking about this earlier. Like, there's nothing wrong with being like, yeah, we're just going to use the Greek gods because I know them and it's fun. Easy, great. You know, you can have a cleric of Hestia or something. You know. DMU Pantheon 1 pager to see if it gives you any inspiration or nuggets. Yeah, sure, why not? I've got a number of like amorphous concepts for gods, and well, the one thing that I've been focusing mostly on is the sort of creation, the creation myth or story. What is happening? I've spent a lot of time on that. Actually, that's most of my time just swinging it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But that's also why you can't, if you're gonna do a homebrew pantheon, you can't half-ass it. You need to have the full thing, basically. You could maybe like throw in other gods, but yeah. Anyway, so if Switchblade, if you have like a one-page thing you're talking about, you can maybe email it to me. What kind of themes am I are inspiring this world that I'm building? That's something that somebody else was asking a while ago. It's relatively generic. I'm like, it's not a. With like some people have like, this is sort of super Arabic inspired and the whole world is like that, which isn't something that I tend to. No worries, Swift. See you later, dude. The world itself is not tied to one specific theme. The creation myth that I'm currently working with is at one point the world was inside of a bubble. Not like a bubble surrounding it, but like if you imagine like the surface of the inside of that bubble was the land itself. And I'm trying to not spoil story stuff potentially. The gods liked to plan the little world that they have, and somebody fucked up, and that bubble burst essentially and turned the world inside out. So instead of being inside of a bubble like a sphere, on the inside of a sphere, then it was more of a actual on the outside of a sphere, as we now know it today, and that caused all sorts of hijinks. The actual material that bubble was made out of, a sort of like celestial amniotic fluid, that coalesced and shattered. In some instances, it condensed into like a crystal that is now found in the world and that will come up in gameplay. And then also it's where magic comes from. So like how high elves in D&D get a free cantrip because they're so magical. This is how I'm explaining how they have that ability, because they where they were locally tended to get more of this material. Yeah, and that is like sort of the flavor of some of the world formation stuff. Tend to see people say it happened a long time ago. So the thing is about with something happening a short time ago is to who, right? Because when you're talking D&D, hey, I'm assuming that I just got the email from Switchblade. That's awesome. So when you're talking D&D, elves live for 700 years. So is it a short time for elves? Or is it a short time for humans? Because if it's a short time for humans, then some elves are going to fucking remember it. Right? So you have to think and figure out that stuff. So that world creation, and I agree with you that it can be very interesting. And one of the things that I'd considered is where that bubble material, where that was sort of where the gods themselves came from, like that is what the gods like what created the gods. And before then there was no gods at all. It was an idea that I had played with where it was much more science-based and there's no sort of magic or faith at all. And then this thing burst, this collapse is what the word I've been using. Which is a little, I don't know. Everything seems to have that kind of stuff. Like there's always a cataclysm, a convergence. What are other things that happen in fantasy mythos? Stuff like that. So I've been calling it the collapse. I don't know if I'll keep it. So those are all just the breaking of the world, and the collapse is like being able to say that with one word. But like the breaking of the world, if to me, I literally have that phrase written down somewhere in my middle note here. The breaking of the world, the idea of being able to have that be a phrase sounds like people were able to remember it. You know what I mean? Like it almost sounds like the elves would be like, yes, I remember the breaking of the world. My grandfather told me about it. You know, stuff like that. So anyway, in terms of timeline, sorry, I'm trying to not spoil story stuff. It's going to have happened a while ago. Yeah, because generically that is tend to be what people tend to have. But that's also sort of like we as humans makes a lot of sense to us because we're like, you know, in the beginning, you know. So does that mean that the world is largely hollow? What could be in the inside of that world, Jadale? What could be on the inside? What if the world itself is now a different kind of bubble? The Great War, the Ravagement, all kind of trope stuff that is good to unite races since they have shared experiences or something like that. Well, now I want to know. Yeah. Anyway, so that's the.
It seems we have
hey,
a new
thanks for the follow, dude.
follower.
Appreciate it. That's sort of the creation mythos that I'm going with, and then also this material is going to be very important and interesting to the story. Yeah. But eventually, hopefully, a lot of the publicly known stuff we'll be able to be on its own. I forget this page every time. World Anvil, which will essentially work as its own wiki. But I'm not yet there in terms of designing stuff. Anyway, okay, 11:46. I kind of want to keep on going. Mods, if you need to go to bed for any reason, please do. I do kind of want to keep on going. I don't know if anybody else wants to keep on with me here. Okay. I'm gonna put a pin in the Hyorin. Yeah, Drew, it's just it's fun. It's fun to make up shit. I don't know. Had a G Fuel at 10 p.m. Dude, do you like G Fuel? I haven't had it. You do have that, Euro. That's true. Gamer Sups is better? Well, I don't know what that is. Is that another, like, World Anvil type thing? Gamer Sups. Oops. Sups. Oh my god, I can't type. Sups. Gamersups.gg. The leader. Oh, it's a drink. So it's another thing like G Fuel. So I had Razer sent me their G Fuel like thing, and that was not good. I did not like it. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I see what you did. So you sort of overlaid a lot of things. Oh, interesting. So they each have sort of their own realm. That's kind of a cool. It's just a crap ton of caffeine. Yeah. Did I buy it when it's buy one get one or support the streamer? It's just sugar caffeine powder. Yeah. It's not amazing, but mixes well with vodka. All right, fair enough. I'm recently been trying Bang, the like in a can. It's been a lot. It's a lot of caffeine in those. It's like 300 milligrams. And I had one earlier, so I'm still doing great. Would love to do some stuff for me free of charge. Funky Monkey, you're very generous in saying so, but that's something that I also enjoy. I like maps a lot. You can't have a fantasy world without having a map. And I've got some sketches for a city that I've been working on. Actually, Funky Monkey, what do you use? Do you use Incarnate or something else? I'd be interested in what tools you use. A Bang always get... All right, okay. Incarnate? Okay, yeah. No worries. I appreciate the offer if it was something that I didn't want to do. What is this? If it was something that I didn't want to do, then I'd be interested in it as well. I feel like we keep on getting into some wub, which is fine. I don't mind it. But a little bit more this speed is what I'm looking for. Yeah, so Switchblade, I might have something that would be almost my own thing, somewhat derived from that. Oblivion or Skyrim music? Skyrim music wouldn't be a bad choice. But I'm not there yet. But I mean, with D&D, you must have to have some kind of planar something, you know? Like even honestly, even that. So with Ghost March, they have a bag of holding, which is not something that I ever like to really give. Everything is derivative. That's true. It's not something that I typically like to give party members as early as they got one. Anyway, so they have a bag of holding, but that's extra dimensional space, right? So you have to make, like, I don't know. To me, if you have that, then you also have to have other planes. I don't know. Okay. So, putting a pin in the Hyorin. Yeah, Jadale. Yeah, no, like the first adventure in Ghosts of Saltmarsh And keep in mind, this was written originally in 1985, I think. The first one. The Sinister Secret of Saltmarsh. Yeah, they just fucking find a bag of holding. Yeah, just turn it into a bag of devouring. Easy. No, I know a bag of devouring. Also, no. I don't know that. They are broken, but also one thing that they do is make you not really have to fucking worry about encumbrance. You're just like, yep, you put it in the bag. You're fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. We had character in our campaign flip a found bag of holding over to get gold out, and I just dump piles of gold. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Jadale. I mean, it depends on how you want the world to be, where you can either have a very high magic world. Some of my favorite campaign settings that I've either made or played in have been low magic worlds. I really like that a lot. I like the idea of magic being like fucking wild to just like the average person to see. So like Dark Sun would be like a campaign setting that would be like that. I love Dark Sun a lot. Savage Lands, yeah. All like with this particular one, I'm going much more magic heavy, not because necessarily they have the bag of holding already, but they produce 20 meat and cheese pairings per day. That's hilarious, and I love it. I built this in response to my party's desire to have a bag of holding because they hate it, and they... Hold on, what's this? Oops. This magical doorknob grants access to the quartermaster's closet of stores. If you draw a door and... Oh, that's how fun. So you just, like... You need to draw a box in chalk, and then you're able to open it. And it's just a big closet. This is actually kind of a fun item. I like it because it makes it so if you want them to not be able to like basically like whip something out in combat, you know, that's one of the things with the bag of holding is that you're like, oh yeah, I've got this fucking, I don't know, sword or this piece potion or, you know, whatever, where they can just pull it out immediately. But that way they still have like sort of essentially infinite storage. But limited. Yeah, it's actually Switchblade is kind of somewhere in between a portable hole and a bag of holding, in a lot of ways. Actually, it's kind of really close to a portable hole. Yeah, into it. Yeah, it can't be used as a trap or a prison. Takes time to get into. Yeah, into it. Except no living material stays in it. Portable holes technically work by the book the same way. It's not how I do it. Usually a portable hole ends up being a little prison that you can stuff into your pocket. That's usually how it ends up being. Yeah, portable hole is like if you try to fold it when there's a creature in it, they then appear 5 feet away or whatever. But that's not how I like to play it. It's usually more fun to have it be a little pocket. MTG also made a little, yeah, yeah. I forgot they made a new magic card. Yeah. Okay. Dark Sun is awesome. Did a one shot where players did a 2v2 where one side was nomads and the Raven Village with the others were Mad Max Tide Raiders and a cult. That's kind of fun. Who worship the Crimson King? The Crimson King. Are you talking about King Crimson, or is that something else? If they're construct goats, sure. Okay. Distracted as shit. Back to it. Let's work on the Vonden. What are the let's see. They tend to shave their heads. What What do I have here right now? King Crimson, yeah. The man, I just saw King Crimson. Just saw King Crimson. Like 2 years ago or whatever. Or not, that wasn't that long. Was it this year? What is time? I don't know. I saw them recently. But it was without Adrian Ballou. Which is, so it was just okay. Did you develop a spiritual logical reason behind the head shaving? Not at all. Not yet. Maybe the only group that does book binding. Like everybody else has scrolls and stuff. That, I don't mind that, but that approaches the erudite analog kind of a thing. I'm gonna say particularly no. Well, no, that's its own D&D thing. To keep down lice. There you go. Let's see. So they are going to be lithe, because I like that word, which just means skinny and muscular. Hazel or brown eyes. Following the style of their charismatic leader, the DK. Their leader is called the DK. No, that's funny. Do they tattoo their shaved heads? That's not what I was thinking. You know, I could see being into tattoos is the Hyorians. Would people from Hyor be tattooed? Probably. Is that another like weird tropey thing that's happening, or is that actually a good idea? You know what? Let's go with the Hyorians having tattoo. How do you T-A-T-O-O, right? T-A-T-T-O-O. Why does that look weird? It looked weird to me. Where like their tattoos are almost like their own kind of scrimshaw like thing, where like it's does that make sense? You know what I mean when I say that? That was an idea that I had. Do we were sort of saying it. They really did, CJ. Well, like, but that's another thing where like I don't want to like get super into like tropey stuff and like The Rock from Moana. Yeah, a little bit. No, like a little bit. Yeah, like where there would be like an event where they're like, I lost my mom to a dragon turtle when we were dragon turtling. No. All right, so I want these people to be like uppity, like they're kind of uppity or snobby in terms of what about a reputation? Reputation for being uppity or snobby. Just a picture of a dragon turtle eating a whole boat. Just their doors are smaller. What an interesting idea. What I then think of as the man, something. These high pitched noises are getting me. Like their buildings are closer together, like taller, like almost like how they themselves are. I'll think about that one. No, so Switchblade, you're talking about the doors just being like thinner themselves. You still have to get like tables and things into the doors. But that's an interesting thought. Where like just culturally, because they are taller and more lithe themselves, skinnier. But they're engineers. Everything folds. They have their own version of IKEA. How am I ever going to fit this sectional in there now? Oh. Vondenite furniture. Very, very good. Maybe they're sort of known to be neurotics or compulsive. Interesting. Where is that just a thought, or do you have like an idea for what would make sense with that? I'm gonna go with going off the shaved head thing. You know, with more like noble people. Higher standing equals less hair. So there's like the more, not necessarily royal, but like noble that they are, so the more often they're able to cut or shave their hair. Just a thought. All right, anyways. I wasn't sure if you had like a specific idea that you were kind of going with. Maybe they're very particular about the colors of clothes or architecture. Sure. What colors do they prefer? Prefer colors of clothing. Purple comes to mind, but also, but that's because I'm thinking of like uppity stuff. Could the clothing be colored tied to a caste system? I don't want to go into that, really. It's when we buy IKEA. That's so funny. That's very funny. Jadelle, how old is... I actually don't know your child's name. I don't remember. How old are they now? Corvo, how old? Because it's got to be a couple years now, right? Just over 2. Fuck. Weird. Man. Goodness. Nilfgaards only wear black and white or something like that. Yeah, the Nilfgaards tend to like favor black very much. I don't know about white. I think black and white is Yennefer. Could go as simple as colors, like in Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, like different. Like they appear, like they tend towards liking solid colors. My wife teaches them life lessons like tools in Spanish, and I taught them the names of 41 Pokemon. That's amazing. Oh boy, I love it. He doesn't know who yet. Are there cities open? I don't really have at this moment much for people that would be sort of very xenophobic. Okay. Here's another thing. Hold on. I'm going to go to this screen very quickly. Just make sure that I'm not spoiling shit. Paxton. Government. I'm gonna. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I do have a Discord, Funky Monkey. It's actually a sub-only Discord. I know that not a lot of streamers do it that way. I do it because I think that subs don't get enough love for the love that they give. Jonathan! Am I on that late? If it's Mediterranean Tootsie Pop. Oh, I like that very much. That's very funny. Okay, so they are in. They're going to a city called Paxden. Pax being Latin for peace, because I'm a nerd. That is ruled by a septemvirate. So you think of like the Roman triumvirate, only with 7 people. The current, never mind this line. The current septemvirs would be a dwarf, a gnome, a human, an elf, a goblin, a halfling, and another human. Man, so I wanted like a policing force and having them be, having them be, name like the Spell Guard. Spell Guard's already a thing. If you have any ideas for like a policing force that would have like spellcasters with them, you know, let me know. That was actually a thing. There were September laws dictated. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Annika. Yeah. But so this is where a lot of the like politicalness happens. Also, never mind that dotted line. Here's John. I want you to tell me what this looks like without me having to say it. Because after I made it, I was like, fuck. Why'd I pay for that map program? It's just a quick sketch. Does it not immediately remind you of anything? Because if it doesn't, great. I don't think it does. Awesome. I'm going to show you what it reminds me of now, and you're going to be like, oh. Are like Texas down there? Yeah, it does kind of look like Texas. To me, it looked... To me, it looked like this map. Do you know what this is? This is the inner sphere. So we might have to change that. But yeah, Battletech MechWarrior. Yeah. No, I'm a big Battletech guy if you like Battletech. No one's going to nowhere care. I mean, I'll probably end up changing the thing, but I was just like sort of thinking, I was like, yeah, it's going to be like a capital area. And then this area right here, this is where like maybe like maybe there's like a wall, like what's that fucking city? Jesus Christ. New Orleans, where like they had like a retention wall, but the fucking thing broke and now like a bunch of it's underwater. Yeah. And then there's like a big wall area. And after the big wall area, you know, you have a bunch of like more like the city was overflowing, and beyond the city there's a bunch of like tents and stuff. Or like not tents, but like shitty dwellings. Anyway, that's the current map of Paxton. Yeah. So anyway, the slums. It's the slums. Yeah. But yeah, so like the seawall was broken or destroyed, and then sort of demolished a lot of the city. It's kind of the idea that I had for that. Okay. Yeah, right on, John. That'd be great. Mr. Morcowbell, the current ethnic group so I'm working on the groups of humans right now. This would be where you would be at. Cordal is the current idea that I have. I want them to be nomadic, and you'd be able to have input or thought on it if you'd like. Fucking dragon turtles. Before it's worth, John, also know that Glitter, she has to. It'll be a day or two before she's able to do anything. So. Had 2 arms to the seawall. Had 2 arms to. Oh, 2. I'm an idiot. I was like, the seawall had arms? Yeah, just get some options going. Yeah. Is that remotely feasible? Right now, yes. If for whatever reason it doesn't, or for whatever reason I get stuck on stuff or have other stuff going on, I will absolutely be able to let you know. I mean, I don't know. We've had a fair amount of people pop in here when I've been doing this, so maybe I just do this on stream more because I think it's kind of fun. Ooh, I'm into that. I'm into that. Also, I realize now some of these are the names of people, and some of these would be like so like I've got Hyor and the Hyoran, where the Hyor is the place that the Hyoran are from. Vonden was the name that I was thinking of for the place, and then Vonda Knight would be someone from Vonden. And there's an inconsistency in my naming scheme across these. Oops. Fastidiously clean. What a good word, fastidious. Cordon, yeah. Cordelian? Cordalian? Cordal? A Cordal? From Cord? I don't know. What do you prefer? Good call, Annika. So let's do Von Knight. Von Knight. Which sounds like a rock, but whatever. Cordalite? I don't know if I like that. Cordalite sounds like something that I would have on my pants. Cordalian? From Cordal? Into it. Whatever you want. Cordalan. I'm gonna do... let's actually reverse this because this is where it gets weird and inconsistent. Hyoran. Shboop, 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 shboop. Neat. But more cowbell there is one of our players, if anybody wants to be in there with it. Are there going to be wizards and high magic users? So, Switchblade, that's one thing where, like, I don't know if I necessarily want to have a particular group. Oh, you know what? I had an idea. Oh, that's right. I forgot to watch that yet tonight. Oh, shit. See you later, John. I love you. He is a druid. A human druid who currently can turn into a direwolf. Which has so far proven to be impressive. Yeah, no, so he's level 3. All of them are level 3. And that's Druid of the Moon, is that correct? Correct, yeah, okay. There's lots of things. Oh, well, there's a lot of stuff that I almost want to talk about, but I also don't want to spoil anything for anybody that would like accidentally wander in and not get like story stuff, because there's like a lot of story stuff that I have ideas for, but I might need like a little bit of like somebody to bounce ideas off of. For subclasses, so when we first created characters, I was like, let's just do player's handbook stuff, because I wanted it to be as simple as possible for people who were, again, all of them. This is the first time playing D&D. So when we went to the subclasses were open to anything, absolutely anything that they wanted. So we've got a Druid of the Moon. We've got a cleric, or a paladin of the crown. A berserker barbarian. A swashbuckler rogue. Shoot, what is it? Oh my gosh. A divination wizard, which I had never had in any of my games, and I was thrilled with his choice because boy, is it got some interesting mechanics to it. It's super interesting. So like as a character, like as an ability, draw 2 wizard, yes. No, but as a character, I appreciate your references. As a character. Or like as their 3rd level power, they get to, at the beginning of every day, after a long rest, roll 2 dice, and then just replace 2 rolls that happen at any point during that day, where they're like, no, I have foreseen this, and it's already come like way into play, where there was that one. What had happened? Where basically someone was about to get offed or just demolished. And he was like, no. They actually rolled a 7. It was chance. Yeah. So it was the paladin. No, it was the snake that was going to fall on him. And he was like, nah. And I'm like, oh shit. Fair enough. Yeah, it's really interesting to play with, and what a fun ability to be like, yep, for just this one action, I get to be the DM. I get to choose what's rolled. That's cool. Did I miss somebody? I felt like I missed somebody. Is that 5? I don't think it grows. I think it's only ever 2 dice. 2 die. I think it's only ever 2 dice. It's only ever 2. Yeah. Hi, Wiggums. Only. It's a gnarly ability. But also, so he also has the only damaging divination spell, which is Mind Spike. Yeah, for every long, like just like every day. But, yeah. It's pretty powerful. It's one of those things that's not necessarily powerful in a vacuum, but like when you play with it, it's just, yeah. You rolled a 19 there, blam. What's going to be scary is when he at the beginning of the day rolls a 20, and then he can just be like, "Yep, you crit." You know, Darb is going to crit. you know what I mean? Because with the damn half orc. Hashtag Darb's drunk. Yeah, indeed. Also, does anybody not know how Darb got his name? I guess we got some new people in here, but people that know Darb, there are Toast and Waffles is another player. Oh yeah, 1 nat 20, 1 nat 1. Can you imagine? Ugh. Darb the Barbarian. All right, so here's what happened. He was debating on being a bard or a barbarian. And when he was talking about them, he was saying barb and bard. And he was saying it so fast that it sounded the fucking same. So he was describing something, and I don't remember exactly what, but he said barb with a D. And we're like, Darb? And then we laughed and joked around, and they're like, all right, if you name a barbarian, I'm going to name it Darb. And that's what he did. It was good. Darb the Barbarian. The Darbarian. I had a friend played a Yonti divination wizard who was super young and shy, as sort of an anxious personality, finding he was waste his good divinations rolls for any awkward social moment. That's fun. Yeah, Darb. Yeah. Okay. The Vondenite. From Vonden. This would make you Bondanian. Boop. For the Darb. For call, what would someone be called? What would they be called? It is Woogums. It is, oh my gosh. Just hit the wrong buttons. Colesian? Maybe. It feels too long to me. But does Darb grab at all? No, Darb is very, very fun. And Darb and the swashbuckler, the rogue, the interaction between them has been great. Is Darb a drab barb that gabs about garb? Thank you, I hate it. Culkin? And then we're going to have a Culkin named Macaulay. It'll be Macaulay Culkin. Colin Esty? You can't... But that's not where that came from at all. It's not... Listen, I already feel bad enough about basically doing the nesty thing with Leilari for all my elven groups. Their protofiles that smell like Old Spice. Oh no. I was just gonna look up something and I don't remember what it was. Oh, Woogums you wanted. Yeah, so this is an app called Milanote. It's how I organize a lot of things. Here, if I wanted to show you, I'm gonna go here because there's stuff that I don't want you to see. But like I've got like a big old like list of clips that I want to edit for TikTok and the links to them, and you know, they're organized in some kind of way. So they like, here's some bunch of Tarkov clips that we could use, and Quadpulian, Colonite. I mean, they could just also be called Call. The Call from Call. I don't know. And these are the ones that are published. Yeah, 100%. And then, like, what are some other stuff that you could see? Is there stuff you can't see on here? Yes. Shoot. But like all sorts of like 3D printing stuff, different notes and things that I'll use. Going back to here, but I like it a lot. However, my creation myth notes, I don't think you have seen the creation myth notes because that has story spoilers in it as well. Colic? That sounds like colic, like that's a different word with a different spelling. Fellow Tarkov, I'm sorry for the pain you live with. Yeah, no, I've been playing it for a long, long time. Back when, like, instead of healing animations, there was just a progress bar on the screen. I was trying to... Oh! That now checks out. We're here. I was like, I don't think you showed that because that has a bunch of stuff that like nothing's set in stone there yet, but like there's lots of like could be big spoilers for it, so I didn't want to show it. Mm-hmm. Actually, Jadelle, if you just ever want to like chat about this shit, I could use someone that's not involved and doesn't mind spoilers to talk to it about. Architectural style? I mean, for the Hyoran, that would absolutely make sense to have that. As long as spoilers aren't big, no, they would be very like, they'd be very big, potentially. But again, everything can change. So like, I still want to have that up. You know, I want to have that option if it's not there. Also, timber's high. Okay. So. Big like oranges big or big like grapefruit big? Big like, well, I hope not, Annika. You have access to all of this. Big like, it's a decent size big. No, my gosh, I can't think of the actor's name. I'm so bad with names. It's remarkable about how bad with names I am. He's dead. That's the spoiler. He's dead. And his name is John McClane. No, what was... What is... No, I'm talking about Tupac. No. Oh no. Tupac is dead. No, fuck you guys. Oh my gosh. The bald white guy, who's not me, the actor, he had not Kurt Cobain, he also dead though. Stop just naming dead people. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are just naming bald people now. I'm so mad. From The Sixth Sense, goddammit. The fucking actor who I cannot... IMDb, fucking save me before this chat figures it out. Bruce Willis, fuck. Anyway, Bruce Willis is dead type spoilers. There. Sorry for the spoilers. For a movie that came out in 1999. I know he's not dead, but the character's dead in Sixth Sense. That's like the big spoiler. Sorry. I'm gonna drink some more water. No, not the actor's dead. I understand how you might have thought that. But then I got frustrated because I didn't want to like give it away because I wanted to remember it. Where the fuck did we get ice cream? John McClane can't die. Oh, gosh. Yeah, no, like, we were talking about spoilers. I was thinking of, like, a big spoiler thing. Like, Bruce Willis is the character. Fuck you. Didn't mean to set off your ADHD. Nah, that's right. Me trying to remember any name ever does it. It's a pretty big spoiler for telling us Bruce Willis is dead. Oh, good grief, man. Okay. Circa 1999, if memory serves. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to name a big spoiler that was more recent, but like that was a big spoiler moment. Aren't there other spoilers? Like, Luke, I am your father. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Jesus. Want to see Bruce and Keanu in an action movie together? Huh. Fight Club? That would have big spoilers too, sure. I mean, that would have been better. All right, listen. I need you to calm your shit. All right. Let's go with more Vondon stuff. Keanu plays the Brad Pitt role. Oh my god, Automod just picked up bitch tits. Bruce's Bob Bob has been. Oh. Meatloaf. No, you're fine. Just Automod doing Automod stuff. This music sounds a little bit like we're going to fuck. What's up? I no longer remember what we were talking about. I don't know why. We were talking about say less. We were talking about the world creation myth and stuff, and how there would be potential spoilers there. And I wasn't going to show you, but Jadale, if you wanted to talk about it off stream sometime, I would really like that. I don't know what your schedule typically is. Obviously, you're available right now. I'm sure you're going to bed relatively soon, but could I help you, DK? Not with that. If you want to just come in here and brainstorm stuff, you could, I guess, but not with that. I stayed for the necrophilia with Bruce Willis. All right. Vondon. They tend to shave their head, particularly the nobles. The higher they're standing, the less hair they tend to have. They're just, if you're like trying to really appear like a Vondonite noble, you would have your head completely shaved. They tend to be tall and lithe and have hazel or brown eyes. I haven't talked about their hair. So DK is Vondon? No, you fucking shut up. They have a propensity for blue hats. No. Maybe less noble are forced to grow their hair. I don't know about necessarily about forced. But like my idea is like if someone wanted to be pretentious about it, like they could like really be super into it. Oh, somebody was talking about, hold on, I'm going to scroll up and get the actual comment because the way you put it was particularly helpful. And I think it might have been, it was either Switchblade or Funky Monkey. Still scrolling up. Boy, this is wild, wasn't it? Oh, you know what happened? John raided is what happened. And then everything went to shit. Oh, it won't let me scroll back far enough. So someone was talking about them being like fastidiously clean, something. That was Switchblade? Yeah, fastidiously clean. Do you remember what your whole comment was? Hold on, actually I can click on you and look at your whole comment. Because I can look at your whole chat history. This was her whole comment. Okay, big brother? I don't know what that means. Oh, like I can look at his chat history? What if their natural hair colors are like super wild colors that don't go into refined nature, so that's why they shave their heads? Like anime hair colors, hair crazy? Interesting. No worries, Aurora, get some rest. Do you have tomorrow off because of the holiday? I feel like you probably do, being up so late. Okay, so fastidiously clean. What a good word, fastidious. Which could explain keeping slums at a distance. So the slums part, that is for Paxton itself, which is more of a amalgamation, melting pot kind of a thing where a bunch of different groups of people had it. The idea also was, I didn't talk about this. Paxton previously was ruled by kings, and they're sort of very anti-king. And also, nope, almost spoiled something. Yes. All federal holidays. Hey, good for you. I hope you sleep until noon. Have a good night. All right. Fastidiously cleanly. Yeah, sure. But that also that sort of plays into like the reputation of them being like uppity or snobby. I feel like that jives together totally. Like a democracy or republic? More like a republic. Think straight up Roman triumvirate, but with 7 instead of 3. That's why it's called the septemvirate. Which, let me tell you about how much time I wasted on the term septemvirate, because vir, V-I-R, means man in Latin. And I didn't want that to like be a limitation, because I wanted it to potentially include women as well. And I spent so much time, longer than like literally 2 days, where I was like calling people that I knew that knew some amount of Latin and be like, all right, here's what I got. Vir, as in like triumvirate, right? I need that to have like a different thing, and like there isn't really an equal term that would it be either inclusive or specifically mean woman even. So I eventually went with nobody cares but you, Derek, and went with it. That's where I ended that. But yeah, longer than naming the Lightfoots by like a wide margin. The Lightfoots, that stuff only took us like an hour and a half. Anyway. There. Okay. So the Vandanite. The Hyoran felt so much easier. I think that I needed to find this one better. They're tall, lithe, they tend to shave their heads, they have a reputation for being uppity or snobbity, they're fastidiously clean, often scholarly. As in history, not necessarily magic. Awesome. Yeah, that's one thing that you have to watch out for whenever you talk about anything being scholarly in terms of D&D, because oftentimes that just means magic. But history is magical. What about magical history? Shut up. But this also works then, because then I can use them as a plot device to get some exposition. Plausibly, anyway, if I need to. What else would be... what if they prefer silver to gold for jewelry? That's kind of an interesting thing. Not like, yeah, like not super agricultural. I'm with you on that. but also I would need to explain that. I don't have sort of their idea of what their homeland would look like as well thought out. But Hyor is going to be on like a peninsula. Maybe certain. So the call, I've thought about having them be almost anti-magic. Jadale talked about them being merchants, so that's why I have got this written and like with an arrow pointing to it, but not necessarily in it. Perhaps they use a lot of clerics for creating food and water as their main source of production. That's very interesting. I'd have to figure out that how that would work in terms of pantheon. It's just one big ass city like Ravnica or Coruscant. I mean, it's kind of what Paxton is. Paxton is like a big ass city. The gods of food. There's like the Dionysus, the clerics. The gods of food and fucking. Okay, so you're kind of onto something. The hedonistic society. That's not what I would necessarily think about for them in terms of like because they're uppity and snobby. That kind of doesn't scream hedonistic to me. Maybe it's because their region of land is barren. That they have. So let's say food production. I'm gonna move this so you guys can see it. Rigid, OCD, solitary. Neither does the fastidiousness. That's also true. Perhaps. Oops, can't type. To rely on others for food. Garments that stay clean are a common magic item. Those garments could very well be leather. I wasn't thinking leather for them at all. Why did you say leather? That's very interesting. I was thinking, and this is not something that I wrote down, but the only society that has developed zippers. That's kind of fun. Oh, okay, now. Let's see, food production. Perhaps have to rely on others for food. Clerics for food? Question mark, question mark, question mark. That's an interesting thought. Clothing. Tend towards silks. Almost like robes. What's the weather like where they hail from? Relatively temperate. Linen would be, yeah. Perhaps they never show their hands. That's interesting. And when you think, yeah, like they hide their hands with robes. Hold on. Don't like to touch hands. Shake hands, etc. Like that's how like fastidiously clean. Actually, I put that right in the same thing. Where like like culturally, like they don't. That's not a thing that they do. Like germaphobe, yeah, it's a little bit like giving a high five as a capital offense. It reminds me of boy, what culture is it? Where you can't eat with your left hand because that's you wipe your butt with your left hand. It's the thing. It is Indian? That's what I thought, but I didn't want to be fucking wrong and sound super racist. That is what happened in my head right now. Yeah, it's Indian. Yeah. You know, they can't eat with your left hand. Looks, but it's like that, where that's just like a weird quirk. And other Southeast Asian countries, what an interesting thing. I definitely use my right hand to wipe my ass and eat. Okay. Clothing tends towards silks, robes, linens. I guess I'm also picturing solid colors more than patterns. Yes, but we're used to having running water everywhere. No, that's fair. But even just like culturally, it's not even. I bet these people love sashes. Sure. Sashes and what's the not like a bandolier? What would this be called? Bitch, if you're a lefty like me. Oh, okay, just go eat it like your Indian girlfriend's house. Fuck. That's just a sash. Oh, well, what? So I wasn't thinking this here. I was thinking. So what's a sash that goes around the waist like a belt? Is that still just a sash? Just an alternate wearing of a sash? Those are also a sash. They fucking love sashes. Every kind of sash. A belt sash and a Rambo sash. Sashes. Belt and Rambo. I know what that means. Belt and Rambo style. A cummerbund. That would be like the belt stash, yeah. Yep, still a fanny pack. I'm with you on that. We're saying sash too much and it's losing meaning. All right, into it. Matui, also welcome on in. How are you? The food production is something that I still want to explore. That's a question that I have to answer because I don't have where they live necessarily in mind. Leather the bottom's the best. Yeah, shit. All right. What is climate like? Temperate? Question mark. Are all these cultures for one country that your players will be in, or a lot of different countries? Both. So my thoughts are these three different kinds of humans.
It seems we have
thank you
a
very much
new
for the follow, dude.
follower.
Appreciate it. These three tend towards being very outgoing and mixing and mingling a little bit more. I mean, it's food's very bland tasting to other races. That'd be interesting. Hold on, let me do. Do that because it's a question that I need to answer. Have a good night, Kimbit. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's Thanksgiving for the Canadians. Dang. Have a good Thanksgiving. Like they did them rejecting their biology, such as shaving their hair. Maybe. Oh, that's interesting. Remove fingernails or teeth. Boy, I hate that. But maybe. What an interesting way to like rejecting their biology. That's an interesting way to think of it. So if for that, what if This is just another like small thing. They trim their fingernails very, 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 very like to the like I do. Can't type. Yeah, pulling them. I think that would be. The teeth thing is interesting. They don't wear beards at all. Maybe they do the silver thing that fitted into their fingers to replace their teeth, or just get silver teeth. Maybe they all wear grills. Maybe even burning where their fingernail would grow back, so it doesn't grow back. That's an interesting idea for culture. I don't know if I want the Vondanites to have that. Well, that's like 4 votes for grills. No, that's not gonna happen. It's very interesting though. I'll give the gnomes grills in my world. That would actually be kind of fun. What if the gnomes had like copper grills? I feel like that would taste awful. The reason I even said copper, so I've got the Chelkorgoi, which is a Greek word meaning to tinker. It also means coppersmith. My back just cracked so loud. Did you guys even hear it? I feel like the microphone could have picked that up. Ugh. All right, let's see. Hey, Super, how you doing? Catching up at the end of the stream once more? You're good, bro. What other races or world aspects need work? Mostly the humans is what I'm working on right now. I've got lots of things that I could play around in. So it's maybe a little bit of a spoiler. I was thinking of having the desert elves be like a surprise. There's desert elves thing. That's right, CJ. I've heard that. Do Vons use beasts of burden, or is that too gross? Interesting. So that depends on how we want to work it. Like if their food production, if they rely on other people, or we have it be some kind of magical means or something, then I could definitely see them not being ones that. Inika, I'm gonna copy all those down. Hello. Oh, there. Cool. No need for disgusting. Yeah, that'd be very interesting. Maybe they only use constructs. Constructs are something that I want to mostly avoid. They're fine. I just don't want them in this particular D&D world. I'm trying to think like a Vondanite. No, I like it. Zest is my friend. Oh my god. Girdle? Yeah. I don't see Rambo Sash on your list. um. Oh, but yeah, so a lot of these I just have the names for, and like some vague ideas. So I've got two different kinds of mountain dwarves. So in terms of D&D, like I want to make sure that this would play well with anybody who wanted to make their own world here. They just soul cast food. If you know Sanderson books, I don't know Sanderson books so much. What's soul casting? Also, what book is it from? So I can read that. The problem is, we've talked about this before, but the problem with Brando Sando is that I don't have enough time to read one new book a week. Also, I do feel like I should explore his books more, because, or even just like short descriptions of all the different magic systems that he's used, because I know that he's very famous for that. And I don't know enough about how he has worked all of it. His magic system and the Mistborn stuff is amazing. Could I trouble you to write a quick like blurb about it? Because I honestly, I don't know. And it makes me feel dumb. It's the Stormlight Archive. It's just kind of his word for summoning to make it. Okay, yeah, it's a soul cast. Okay, interesting. Any races with strong ties to the Fae, or is there even something akin to Fae? So that's something that I'm playing with, particularly because of how the world creation myth that we were talking about before, how I say myth, but obviously in D&D it actually happened. How that happened, I don't know if I want there to be a Feywild kind of thing, or even a Fey necessarily in that same way. I'm still kind of playing around with that. I don't have an answer for it quite this moment. It's based on various metals, and those metals having different properties when consumed. I think one of them is like if you consume brass, you get super strong for a period of time. All alchemical based. That's interesting. Or maybe more of a primordial connection. Elaborate on that. Anyway, so, oh yeah, so I've got, again, because I wanted to play within D&D in a super happy way, anytime there's like typical things, so I've got hill dwarves and mountain dwarves, I got high elves and wood elves, but I also have some other things in there as well. I'm going to have gray elves, which I want to be sort of a nomadic, almost like they live in a valley almost. I've got these images that I've pulled, and I love all of them. These are all women. I don't know why. Just what happened when I was looking at stuff. Also, I went with Q-U-O-R instead of K-O-R, but it originally was K-O-R. I don't know. Rather than druidic nature-themed fae, like primordial would be more abstract elemental themes. Not for any peoples of the world that I have right now. If you want to talk to Magic, you can include that in our chat. Yeah, no, I would love that, actually. I'd be interested in it. Because I kind of have my own idea, because I was talking about how that material that we were talking about is sort of where magic comes from. Are the Grey Elves healers? Wasn't in my mind to have them be healers. Why? I have the idea that the Grey Elves often have wild magic sorcerers. Hey, you're very kind. First meeting in 7 hours. Get some rest, my friend. Hope to see you around, man. Yeah, live 4 days a week at least. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say this earlier. Currently looking at not streaming on Wednesday, but will stream instead on Thursday to make up for it. That's the current plan. But yeah, awesome meeting you. Thank you for all the help. It's been fun. But, well, I talked about doing this on Sundays, and I might do that. I was just kind of, oh, okay, interesting. Probably influenced by my own reading. Sure. And I don't mind that. Yeah, no, I had the idea that the Grey Elves tend to be more impulsive and like in terms of D&D, you'd see more barbarians and sorcerers than wizards. The Quarlalari wizard would be very unusual, for example. More raw, than refined. 100%. 100%. Yeah. Trying to think of other things to just like throw into the Von tonight. I'm actually really glad I went with this, by the way, to do this tonight. This has been fun. I should maybe end soon though. It's getting late. Because I got a lot done than I had in quite some time. As far as the primordial theme goes, I think a major point is to get something that feels almost Lovecraftian but less sinister. Interesting. Like there's like a sort of primordial. I have stuff in mind that approaches that. Is how I will word it. Yeah. Not in terms of any of the... So I call it the peoples, and then like these are the player characters, player character races that they could be. Yeah. Trying to think if there's anything else that I want to do right quick. Because I want to watch House of the Dragon as well. Before I go on Twitter tonight, before I go to bed. Because then I'll get shit spoiled for me. Although I know what's going to happen, but like I also don't know what's going to happen. It's a very weird spot to be in for both House of the Dragon and for Rings of Power. Or like there's definitely some story beats that I'm gonna see. I just don't know how we get there. You know? We got... and don't get me wrong. We spent, an hour and a half coming up with Grassling. but, we did... just watched the first episode of Game of Thrones for the first time. There's a lot of sex scenes. Yeah. I don't know. I like sex scenes. Because as human beings, that is something that we are most often driven to do. And I don't like it being like titillating in the same way, but like just as like, I don't know, that's like a thing that I feel like I'm not describing what I mean very well. I'd love to take the taboo out of it. Yeah, it's just there. No, but it really is like if it's really easy to be like, wow, they're having sex too. Okay. Oh, and now they're having sex. Ooh, they're having sex? Yeah, I get it. I'm just like, oh, she's naked. Fair enough. The Game of Thrones is great though. It's so wild because, Jadeo, did you ever read Game of Thrones? It feels like I don't know if Jared ever did. You're the first one or two books, because that first came out in like '93, right? Because so I've been reading those books for schmurmity for a few years. And now it's just wild that everybody knows who Jon Snow is. That's nuts. The books are better than the show. I mean, that's always the case. That's a different medium, and then they're better in that there's more. So of course it's going to be better in the same kind of way. It would be cold. I mean, it depends on where you are. But also, there's not a whole lot of totally naked. Winter's coming. There's so much history and names that are thrown around in Game of Thrones, or even actually like, I guess for a lot of token stuff, that's the same way too. Where it's just all over the place. Didn't care for the books. The description of nudity got really involved to the point where I felt sleazy or creepy reading it. I feel like that is a fundamental difference between you and me as people, because I was like, ooh. Give me more. I want to see more about the Blue Wizards and Tolkien's works, but oh well. Man, I don't want to get into spoilers, but yep. Are we seeing, boy, what are the names? Palantir and... no, not Palantir. Palando? I'm so bad with names. I've loved it. A lot of people have been shitting all over it. I've fucking loved Rings of Power. I don't understand the hate at all, except for some people who are like, no, that's not how it happened in the books, because these two things happened thousands of years apart. I'm like, well, nah, no shit, but it's got to be a fucking show, bro. It's so. First off, Tolkien changes his mind and corrects himself and contradicts himself all the fucking time, like a lot. So like, even if you want to be purely Tolkien, you can't even do that, man. Tolkien's been like, well, yeah, the Blue Wizards, no, they were there in the Second Age, maybe, I don't know. It's whatever. Oh man, there was a name drop in the last episode. And I'm not getting into spoilers, but there's a name drop in that last episode. That's the name of the first dog that I ever had after I moved out from my parents. And I yelped, where I was like, wee. Yeah. Because I'm a nerd. And if you know, then you know. I agree, Jadale. I think she's been doing great. The only thing kind of is he was obsessed with him. Obsessed, and he did it so well. I kind of want to learn how to write in Tengwar, the alphabet that they use. It's like and then like the diacritical marks are the vowels and stuff. It's awesome. It's like Arabic in that way, which is kind of cool. Oh, absolutely. Elrond and Durin have been so fun together. And I'm very curious to see all of the stuff that's going to be coming. For me, I think it could be maps. Dude, I love maps. Whenever I pick up any new fantasy series, I immediately look in the front and the back to see if there's a map, because I love them. I always want to see the map. Yep. Yep. The more maps there are in the book, the more I feel like I'll like it. Oh, Christ. All right. I am yippity yapping away, man. Thank you guys very much for hanging out tonight. If this is your first time hanging out with us, would love if you dropped a follow so that we could hang out again. This is not... Usually I'm playing video games. Most want to study cartography. I wish you would. Yeah, right, Nika? You know what I actually want to watch? I want to watch the movie Tolkien. I haven't watched it. I've heard that it's very good. Anyway, for real, y'all, thank you all for the help tonight. It makes it a little less lonely, which is great because all of this stuff can be very, very lonely. So it's very helpful for me. Yeah, Funky Monkey. Hope to see you around. Totally. There's a possibility of me doing what I call a productivity stream. This is its own productivity stream tonight, basically, but it'll be me working on the stream itself. So if you have any interest in that shit, adding, whatever. Jadale, if you're up for a couple minutes, send me your availability for the next week, or just like generally what time you tend to be available. Because I'd love to schedule something to like sit down and hang out if we can. Yeah. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Bye.